5 o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Another hot and humid weekend on the way. Best chance for showers and thunderstorms. I'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Entertainment news. Hollywood is officially a ghost town.
Hollywood actors are waking up this morning on strike and will take to the picket lines today. They join the writers, who have already been on strike for over 2 months. The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Family Guy star Alex Borstein just got 2 Emmy nominations this week for her roles on both shows. She tells me no one wants a strike, but she's 100% behind it.
There's a lot at stake. Streaming is a huge animal in the business right now, and we haven't created a proper saddle to ride it.
The studios, represented by the AMPTP, have said they offered historic raises and more, but both sides seem to be really far apart.
Yeah, get ready for reruns. Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police say a third woman has come forward in a rape case involving unconscious victims being recorded as they're sexually assaulted. Channel 4's Michael Warwick says the suspect, 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb, is already in custody.
Police say Webb's cell phone had videos and pictures of what they believe are other sexual assaults, revealing there could be several more victims.
It's safe to say that many of these women, additional victims, may not even know that they are a victim.
At this stage, Murfreesboro police say what's most important is that any more potential victims will come forward. So however many are out there can get justice.
Yeah, Webb's being held on a $100,000 bond. He's due in court July 31st. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, 2 people now in custody for allegedly posting those racist flyers around Columbia. A 38-year-old man and a 17-year-old boy. Investigators now trying to determine if they acted alone. On Sunday, July 9th, flyers urging people to join the Ku Klux Klan were found posted on the marquees of 3 African-American churches in Columbia. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Packer.
On Wall Street, stocks ended higher after the Labor Department reported that the Producer Price Index nudged higher in June. The Dow closed up 47 points, the Nasdaq gained 219 points, and the S&P 500 advanced 37 points. Now, the government factored in lower airfares when coming up with Wednesday's lower government inflation numbers, but Delta Airlines executives say they're not seeing the 8% drop in average airfares from May to June that the Labor Department reported. Delta President Glenn Haustein dismissed the Labor Department's methodology as, quote, a sample of a sample.
Well, futures are down ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. Dow futures are down 28. S&P futures down 4, NASDAQ off 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning news with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:05 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. It is Friday, July 14th. Along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed. And there's just a lot going on, although you would never know it with the Secret Service, as you know, and everybody's been talking about this. That case is now closed. We'll be covering that for you this morning. Really, at this point, it is the reaction. And I got to tell you that Republicans all across America just unbelievably angry at the fact that the Secret Service now has joined the DOJ and the IRS and the mainstream media and social media in protecting Joe Biden. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk. I caught Christie in a lie. Now, I'm going to get into this because I think that it is absolutely worth discussing. The former New Jersey governor, I did indeed just this morning, a few moments ago, in reviewing this interview with Piers Morgan, I caught Christie in a lie. Now, first of all, the headline is that Christie says that he'll battle Donald Trump, whether it is on the debate stage or in the octagon, says that, yes, absolutely, I'll take on Donald Trump any way he wants.
I'll fight Donald Trump anywhere he wants, in any arena he wants, whether it's on a debate stage or in the octagon.
He's mocked your weight, Trump.
Yeah, look at him. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, for goodness sakes, come on. I mean, look, you know what? Here's the bottom line, Piers. For the last 30 years, I've struggled with my weight.
Yeah.
Like tens of millions of Americans struggle with their weight. And there are times where I do well, and there are times when I don't do very well. And it's a struggle.
Yeah, you know what? To be candid, I believe that he's doing the right thing, Christie. Owning the weight issue and moving forward. Now, everybody knows when Christie announced that he was running for president, everybody had jokes about Christie's weight, as reported by the New York Post, including Donald Trump. Christie, who launched his presidential campaign in New Hampshire, said Donald Trump was acting like a child by posting a doctored video that purported to show Christie making the announcement at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Breaking news, Christie says, I have struggled with my weight for 20 years. What I haven't struggled with is my character. I'll put that up against Donald Trump's any day. Christie also said if that's the best he's got, then he has lost his fastball. I'm just going to say this, and then I'll move on with some more audio, but I don't think that Christie can talk about character, given his past penchant for closing beaches while the governor of New Jersey, yet he himself went to the beach. He lied about it initially when it first came out, and then he found out there were photos of him from a helicopter on the beach, and he said, well, yeah, I was actually on the beach, but I didn't get any sun. I kid you not, that is actually one of the things that they said in defense. And so I don't believe that Christie is one that can talk about character, quite frankly. The bridge closure, of course, out there in New Jersey as well, wasn't necessarily of his doing, they say, at least according to some investigations, but some people on his staff did this whole thing, but he is accused of trying to cover it up, and also he is accused of trying to protect those who did close that bridge in New Jersey. I don't need to relitigate that whole story. You can look it up on the Google machine. But Christie also talked about, in this interview with Piers Morgan, talking about Donald Trump and how he is, of course, acting like a child.
And for him to be such a child, an infant, and make those kind of remarks, especially, I guess, when he's staying up in Bedminster, New Jersey, there are no mirrors where he is. Because all he needs to do is look at himself, and what he should do first, work on himself. Then when he gets himself, because, he wears those ties, 8 feet long. The world's longest ties, yeah. Yeah, 8 feet long, because he told me this, because they slenderize him. Let me tell you, fail. Not working, okay? But here's the thing. At least I've never pretended to be anything that I'm not.
And that's the lie. Christie saying, at least I've never pretended to be something that I'm not, is an absolute lie. Here's why. He is out there trying to say and trying to brand himself as a legit presidential contender. Now, has he raised the money? Has he, got some very small modicum of support? Sure. But in reality, and everyone knows this, Chris Christie's sole reason for running for president isn't so he can be president. It is to prevent Donald Trump from being president. So I think that's the lie.
But here's the thing. At least I've never pretended to be anything that I'm not.
Well, you are pretending to be a legit presidential candidate. Now, the fact of the matter is that these two have been going back and forth for years now. I mean, everybody knows this. I've covered this right here on Super Talk 99.7 for quite some time. Christie, by the way, accusing Donald Trump. This was earlier this week, and it was a bit controversial, as a matter of fact, when Christie accused Donald Trump of failing at building the border wall. Of course, one of President Trump's, I would say, one of his biggest promises, and also one of his biggest accomplishments.
He didn't build the wall in Mexico. He built 47 miles of wall. And guess what? We paid for every nickel of it. We don't have the first peso from Mexico.
So as you can imagine, Donald Trump firing back on Truth Social with this quote. Sloppy Chris Christie, who is polling at 1%, the former president says, and left his state, New Jersey, with an approval rating of 9%, the worst number in state history, was interviewed on Fox News, of course, and stated that I only built 47 miles of border wall, knowing that the actual number is 463 miles. As reported by the Department of Homeland Security, Donald Trump firing back again on Truth Social. This does not include many miles that we fixed or renovated or areas that I got in Mexico to secure. Best border ever. And here's the deal. Chris Christie can say all he wants about Donald Trump and the border wall, but this is not, I would just say this is not, if you're going to attack Donald Trump, this is not where you want to go. This is not the attack point, because most conservatives, and by the way, a lot of Democrats will also say that Donald Trump did secure the border. Now, you'll have Democrats that say that it was a horrific thing. It was racist and it was un-American and all of these other things. The Democrats, when they say that Donald Trump did indeed secure the border, there was the Remain in Mexico policy. There was, the beefing up, the bolstering of ICE, and of course the Border Patrol. It goes on and on. So this is not a legit, I would say, this is not a legit attack point for Chris Christie. What I also would say is when it comes to Donald Trump, the immigration issue is a positive for Donald Trump, because when Joe Biden, as everybody knows, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but as everybody knows, Biden comes in and completely shanks the border. Executive orders us right into border disaster, oblivion. We have all of these folks now coming in. This has been a constant source of conversation. And so Chris Christie, I think, as much as I, at one point in my life, I was really a big fan of Chris Christie, I liked him. The more that I see of Chris Christie and the more he attacks Donald Trump, the more I believe that, one, he's not a legit candidate. I mean, he is polling down in the really, really low numbers as far as support out on the campaign trail. And again, clearly, his sole purpose is to, like Geraldo Rivera said on The View yesterday, basically Chris Christie and Geraldo Rivera and others, their sole existence, the sole purpose of their existence is to ensure that Donald Trump does not win in 2024. I will tell you, according to the polling that I've seen, they've got a lot of work to do. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy today, a slight chance of a storm, a high of 93. On Saturday, thunderstorms possible, a high of 87. Sunny on Sunday and a high of 92, and right now 77 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 5:16. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. You can also watch the radio show on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and 997WTN.com via Super Talk TV. Hear the web show on your radio at 99.7 FM. I assume that all of our ways of broadcasting are actually working this morning. Headline from ABC News. Hunter Biden, of all people, has now lawyered up and is sending a cease and desist letter to Donald Trump over social media posts. A lawyer for Hunter Biden said his client could be harmed by Trump's rhetoric. Now, I want to make sure that you understand what's going on. Donald Trump has said things and he's posted things. Everybody knows what is going on with Hunter Biden and the battle between Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. And what Donald Trump has been doing has been pointing out what is in the laptop. I mean, everybody knows Hunter's problems. And so Hunter now is saying that he could be harmed by Trump's rhetoric, not by the mountains of drugs that Hunter Biden has taken over the years, not to mention his affiliation with hookers and drug dealers and the like, not to mention oligarchs and really sketchy people. It's Donald Trump that is going to lead to Hunter Biden's apparent downfall. Here is the story again from ABC News. I just find this funny. An attorney for Hunter Biden sending a cease and desist letter on Thursday to former President Donald Trump's legal team, claiming that Trump's rhetoric on social media and elsewhere could lead to Hunter Biden or his family's injury. Abe Lowell, one of the younger Biden's lawyers, cited past examples when Trump's language allegedly inspired violence, notably the January 6th attacks on the Capitol, BS, the October attack on Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, BS, and the man arrested near the Obama's Washington, D.C. residence last month with an arsenal of firearms, again, BS. Here's what the lawyer says. This is not a false alarm, Lowell wrote. We are just one such social media message away from another incident, and you should make clear to Mr. Trump, if you have not done so already, that Mr. Trump's words have caused harm in the past and threaten to do so again if he does not stop. So the problem with Hunter Biden is now Donald Trump, apparently. Lowell also defended his client against suggestions made by Trump and others that cocaine found at the White House earlier this month might have belonged to Hunter Biden, who is a recovering drug addict. The Secret Service closing its investigation, of course, into the matter on yesterday, without identifying a suspect. One of the things that I find interesting, then I'm going to move on. Number one, though, is that Hunter Biden has to realize that he brought this on himself. And so people are going to point out the obvious. And the obvious fact of the matter is that there have been lies and obfuscations about this cocaine from day one. That's number one. Number two, to clearly say there's cocaine found in the White House. Oh, gee, where was Hunter? It doesn't exactly take a brain trust. I mean, obviously, Hunter, let's just be honest. Hunter Biden was clearly proud of his drug addiction because he chronicled it with thousands of photographs. So now for Hunter Biden to be all, oh, you can't talk about, my drug addiction. You can't talk about my past drug problems. Like hell we can. You documented the whole thing in your laptop computer. So I don't see this, cease and desist or whatever it is. I really don't see this impacting Donald Trump in the least. And by the way, we will have all of the latest reaction on the Secret Service as they have now come out and said, oh, what was it, 10? Ken, what was it? Was it 10 or 11 days that the Secret Service investigated, and for you folks on Super Talk TV, yes, I am air quoting this, investigated the cocaine found in the White House. I think it was 11 days.
Yeah, it's right around there.
So they really just thoroughly examined everything.
They had all their best people on it, brother.
They sure did have all their best people on it. And so now there's a lot of reaction to this, and we'll get to the reaction here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 520 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. If you are looking for gold, silver, or bullion, have I got the place for you. Nashville Gold and Coin. Now, they specialize in the buying, selling, and appraising of coins and precious metals. And this is a family-owned, full-service coin and bullion dealer that's going to give you outstanding customer service. So if you have gold and silver coins to buy or sell, this is the place you need to go. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. As a matter of fact, their website has my name, goldwithdan.com. That's goldwithdan.com. Log in and find out how you can schedule a one-on-one consultation with Nashville Gold and Coin, your place for all things precious metals. Again, find them online, goldwithdan.com.
A Roth IRA versus a traditional IRA. Which one should we do? A lot of people struggle over this particular decision. And I'll just give you a couple tools to figure out what might be better for you. Think about it this way. Let's say if I had $1,000 that I was thinking about investing, that was income, $1,000 of income. With an IRA, let's say that you're in a 30% tax bracket. Let's say there is such a thing. And you want to put this money in an IRA. You're going to save $300 in taxes. Now, if you go post-tax with like a Roth IRA, this is how much goes into the Roth IRA. Now, let's say that later on down the road, we have this money and it didn't grow at all, just to keep the math really simple. And let's say that at some point in the future, you're in a lower tax bracket, because the way our tax system works is that your first income is taxed at a really low rate, and then you get up into higher rates, 10%, 12%, 22%, and so on and so forth. It gets higher. If you're earning income and you're at that particular tax rate up there, you might want to avoid that tax rate right now and take the income at a later point in time when you're in a lower average tax rate. Now let's say that you're in a 10% bracket down here when you pull the money. How much are you going to pay in taxes? 10% of $1,000 is $100. How much do you get to spend? $900. Well, even though I didn't have growth, I had growth because of the difference between my tax rate here and here. And that's the idea. That's one of the things that we look at. We look at Social Security taxation, income taxation, and a lot of factors that might drive you into higher or lower brackets in the future. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or call 615-851-1950.
Murfreesboro rape victims on a cell phone. Maya Fuller murder arrests. Birth control pill without restrictions. And the actors strike. What's it going to mean about my stories? These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So what happens to, I mean, in all honesty, Ken, I'm listening to your tease there. So what happens to soap operas?
They're done. They're not going to happen.
Because, soap operas, those are like daily updated storylines. It's not like, they film stuff. It's just, the soap opera's like never ending.
Yeah, that is like a quick turnaround.
Soap operas are kind of like talk shows, actually.
Yes.
It's like they, most of the time they don't repeat, and it's just an ongoing thing. So, gosh, what are...
Not going to have any stories to watch, Brother Dan.
You know what? Man, did I have to just stop myself right there? Because I was going to say something really sexist, and I'm not going to do it.
Well,
I was going to say, what are the women going to do? Because primarily speaking, it's women who watch their stories, is it not? And primarily, do younger women watch
stories? Probably. Like, what do you mean younger? Like, put it in a range.
Oh, God, I'm so old. Like 40s, 30s. Can we just move on? Hey, guess what? You guys want to talk about, like, NATO? We'll talk about NATO.
Dan, I think that gold tip is getting worn away from that shovel. You're wearing off the gold, brother.
Yes, indeed. Hey, by the way, very, very quickly, Joe Biden said this yesterday.
The answer is Putin's already lost the war.
If Putin has already lost the war, then why are we sending 3,000 troops to Europe? Why are we sending billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine? Again, if Putin has already...
The answer is Putin's already lost the war.
If Putin has already lost the war, somebody explain to me, why is it that we are sending those 3,000 troops? Why is it that we keep sending billions and billions of dollars? Why are we sending those cluster munitions to Ukraine? If Vladimir Putin has already lost the war. We'll talk about that in more detail coming up in the 6 o'clock hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Coming up, one of my absolute favorite memes ever. And it's coming up on the Gang of Three Amigos for a Friday, 5:29 on WTN.
5:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Heat and humidity going to make it feel like triple-digit heat this weekend in Tennessee. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Entertainment news, disruptions begin in Hollywood today as the actors have now joined the writers in a double strike over concerns about AI using their identities and likeness or even writing scripts.
Actors Matt Damon and Emily Blunt were among those walking out of the London premiere of the new movie Oppenheimer in support of the strike. Press tours for upcoming movies like Barbie are expected to mostly come to a halt. The strike means no actors on red carpets, no social media promotion, and no talk show appearances.
That's Andrew Denbert reporting. Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police say more victims in a rape case are possible. So far, 3 women have come forward after authorities say they found many videos and images of unconscious women being sexually assaulted. The phone belongs to a man who's already in custody on a rape charge, 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb. Meanwhile, a break-in, the case of a missing woman whose remains were found in rural Wilson County last year. Sheriff Robert Ryan says 3 people have been arrested and charged for the death of Maya Fuller, who was last seen alive at Island Vibes nightclub in Antioch about a week before her remains were found.
The family deserves closure, and we will continue to do everything within our power to make sure that justice prevails in this case.
Tiana Tipton, Tyshawn Bowles, and Lamira Pipkins, all 3 of Nashville, charged with first-degree murder and perpetration of kidnapping. They could face the death penalty. It's going to be easier to access birth control now that U.S. regulators have approved the first daily birth control pill that can be sold without a prescription or age restrictions, and Flaherty reports.
Basically what the FDA said was this drug that's been on the market for 50 years has such a safe track record. We're really not seeing concerns with safety, so we're going to go ahead and allow people to screen themselves before taking this drug.
But the FDA is concerned that younger teens, particularly teens under the age of 15, will be picking this up only without actually reading the label and screening themselves for any risks. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 532, Nashville's Morning News. Homeowners, when you think that you might have an issue with your house, you need to call the experts at United Structural Systems when it comes to waterproofing, foundation work, or concrete leveling. Now, this is the company that I turned to when I had concerns about my foundation. Now, with me, luckily, everything turned out okay, but it's not always the case, and these things get worse over time, not better. So call the company that I have done business with for years, United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 23,000 satisfied customers that USS has helped over the years. Ellen heard about USS from WTN and said that they had a great experience in her home. They made the whole process painless and easy. They actually communicated, and it was clear that the crews from USS took great pride in their work and customer service. I will tell you that USS, they've got a great work ethic. They're honest, capable, and yes, fair as well. That is USS, the company that cares and the company that you can trust. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. They guarantee their best. Call USS online, USSTN.com. 5:37, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. It's Johnny B there, amigo number 1 today. How are you, Johnny?
Good, Dan. How are you?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
One of the fine super texters wants me to get my ass kicked in pickleball because apparently, somewhere, somehow, I mispronounced Brian Wilson's name. He is accusing me of saying Brian Wilson.
That's his name,
Yeah,
Brian Wilson.
That's how you say it.
Yeah, how do you insert a T in there somehow? That's what he says that I did. I don't listen. Whatever. I've certainly called Brian Wilson worse. Hey Ken, how are you?
I'm doing good, boys. Good morning. Yeah.
You out there? You out there, Ken?
Having one of those mornings, man, where it's like I changed a tire, but I didn't tighten all the lug nuts up. So I'm just kind of, one of my tires a little wobbly as I'm
You're a little
heading
wobbly
down the
today,
road.
are you, Ken?
Yes, sir.
I feel his pain, man. I feel like a lug nut hit me in the forehead.
That'd be painful.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
In a strange occurrence, I'm actually feel like I'm firing on all cylinders today.
Way to go, brother.
Well,
Dan
good.
Mandis.
I had a fantastic opening segment.
Yes, sir.
Apparently somewhere I called Brian Wilson, but whatever. I love this. By the way, you both are fantastic today.
Thank you, brother Dan.
Thank you.
But I like this meme. You ready? If men are from Mars and women are from Venus, I assume those other genders were pulled out of Uranus. See?
Yeah.
Isn't that
good.
funny?
That
And,
is
and,
funny.
and listen, what do I say? Truth in memes.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so very quickly, that comes from a new, and I tweeted this out because I got to tell you, can I just say that I am so over the whole transgender thing.
Yeah.
I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of just it's stupid. It is just absolutely stupid. However, there's a new ad by Maybelline.
Oh no!
And it's a big burly feller. And he's got a big, burly Ken Weaver type beard.
Yeah. Is he barrel chested too?
I don't see his chest, but I see his perky lips with Maybelline red lipstick.
All right. There
Goodness.
we go. Yeah.
And it's just, it's sort of like,
I feel like a woman.
right? It's like, come on, man. Do you people not understand that the American people are tired of this?
Oh. And why is it always guys like that? I worked with a guy that apparently liked to dress up in women's clothing in his spare time at home.
Really?
And he was, oh, gosh, I thought that is not going to be a pretty sight. Whoever has to see that.
This is from Breitbart. The headline is, Enough Already. Maybelline roasted for using cross-dresser in their ad on social media. And can you be like a good cross-dresser and have a beard?
I don't think so.
I mean, say what you will about Dylan Mulvaney, but if I saw Dylan Mulvaney in a Target, at first glance, and that would be the only glance I would have of Dylan Mulvaney, I would think that he was a she.
Yeah, I mean, would agree.
Right, Johnny?
Yeah.
And if I saw Caitlyn Jenner, whatever, in a store, I wouldn't think twice about, if it was just a fleeting glance.
Right.
Long hair, whatever. I wouldn't give it a second look. But this dude's got a beard.
If you see
a big burly beard.
If you saw Willie Nelson in a store dressed as a woman, you'd think, oh, that's not a chick.
But you would know that he's high.
Yeah. Willie found some great stuff.
So the question is, will Maybelline face any kind of Bud Light backlash? Now,
that'd have to be women.
Yeah.
Women would have to be pissed off at that.
Yeah.
But see, hasn't that been the whole fascinating thing about the whole transgender activist movement? Is that women, with the exception of, say, for example, a Riley Gaines,
right?
Women, by and large, they're not saying a whole hell of a lot about this. And for the life of me, I don't understand why.
Where's that
because
picture? I'm sorry, go ahead.
they are the ones that are losing out on scholarships. They are the ones that are losing out on, rank in sports. And they're the ones that are losing out on, various and sundry jobs and so forth when acting jobs or whatever, or commercials like this one, when they use a transgender, cross-dressing, whatever, for the ads. It just, I don't understand why women are not pissed off. Where's the Million Woman March?
Crickets.
Heather mascara might run.
Wow, Ken.
Boy. Yeah.
It's hot out there sometimes.
It is.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Marching in 90-degree. Dude, maybe they just look at it as, well, somebody else I can shop with.
This dude put.
Are you seeing this?
The beard.
By the way, I did tweet this out. And by the way, dude's also got really long fingernails.
Oh, joy.
And they're painted. One is painted pink. The others are painted gold. And he's got a crown on.
A crown?
He's got a tiara?
Oh, a tiara. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Is this fella bald?
Yes, he's bald. He's bald like me.
I got to see the one with the tiara on.
Yeah.
But he's got can I just say, he's got fabulous eyebrows. That I will say.
May I say, your eyebrows look fabulous.
But I think, honest to goodness, I do. I think that people are really over this. And I think that, by and large, will it hurt Maybelline or whoever it is?
Probably
maybe
not.
Maybe not. Sure, hurt Bud Light, but I think part of that was, of course, who the core consumer is for Bud Light.
Yeah, you good old boy out there that doesn't want to see that.
That's exactly right.
Let's see, how much...
Got to know your audience.
Does Maybelline make every year?
What's that, Ken?
Trying to see how much money Maybelline makes on a yearly basis.
Oh, it is millions and millions and millions of dollars.
That's not coming up on mine.
By the way, somebody called me Shankmeister.
The Shankmeister.
On the super text line.
For what reason?
I pick one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you name it.
Shankmeister.
I actually kind of like that, Shankmeister. Put like a hashtag there. Maybe that'll be like my new Twitter handle.
Well, it'd give you a lot of fear in prison. That's for sure.
That's funny, Ken. Or Johnny.
Yeah, whichever one I am.
Don't mess with that dude,
All
man.
of us guys and beards look alike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My new Twitter handle can be @Shankmeister.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway.
Don't mess with that dude, man.
Yeah, he's a Shankmeister.
Hey, can I ask this about the actors' strike?
Yeah, ask it, Brother Dan.
So, Stranger Things.
Yes.
One of my favorite.
It's on hold.
Those kids are going to be like 35 years old by the time they finish the next season.
Yeah, we probably do need AI for that.
Yeah, That's exactly right, Ken. We probably do need AI because with this strike, and you know what? And can I just say, although whatever with Hollywood, I think I'm in kind of a whatever mood today. But here's the thing. I actually understand when they say that they want control over their image.
Yes.
Like, for example, you've got Emily Blunt, and I forget, who is the other one? They walked out of that Hollywood thing. Matt Damon and Emily Blunt. So I understand where if you're a Hollywood actor, you don't want to give up your literal image to Hollywood because long after you're gone, they can make movies with you.
Yes, they can.
Kind of like they did with, what's his name in that movie?
Okay.
Star Wars. Remember the Star Wars movie, and they brought back the long dead character?
Oh yes, yeah. One of the Emperor's henchmen.
Anyway, whatever. So, but it's just like that. But you've got to have some sort of control over that because what happens if long after you're dead, they decide to bring you back in image form with AI, and they put you in something that would not be consistent with what you would do when you were alive. John Wayne. All of a sudden, they've got John Wayne, and they're putting him in a, transgender movie, and they make him up to be a woman.
There you go.
Putting him in a tiara and
interesting to see,
Maybelline lipstick.
That would be.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Talk about true grit. Man. Well, you know what? One thing, too, that's going to happen, if the actors get what they want, this low price you're paying for streaming will go away. That will happen. Trust me. Oh, yeah, because that's one thing they're complaining about is the streaming.
Yeah.
They feel like they're not being compensated enough. And so when that happens, then the price is going to go up.
Well,
as it does with all strikes.
You know, that is interesting because when a lot of these movies were made, streaming wasn't around.
Right.
And so now you have these movies and some of these series that were done a long time ago, and now they're up on these streaming platforms. It is a whole new revenue generation for, you know, the movie theaters, the producers, and all that kind of stuff, the studios. But you're right. That's not being passed down to the actors and the editors and so forth who worked on the original series. So I do actually understand that.
I understand it, but what you're going to see, and I guarantee you it's going to get to a point where people are not going to watch television anymore because it's going to be too expensive, especially with how hard consumers are being hit with grocery store prices, things of that nature.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking about all the, you know, what we pay for like Netflix and I don't know, whatever, all of these different apps and so forth. And there's some really quality stuff out there.
Yes.
And so I think part of it is they just need to figure out, and Johnny, I think you're right as I'm going through all that, what you just said in my head. I think you're right because at some point it's relatively inexpensive for things like Netflix and so forth. I mean, with what you get.
Right.
I mean, it used to be, you know, remember back in the old days as I go to get off my lawn territory where, you know, you would have like one new movie, like the ABC movie of the week or whatever it was. And other than that, they would show on the 3 or 4 channels, you know, some sort of an old movie. You had Love Boat, Fantasy Island, and Chips on Saturday night, whatever it was.
Right.
Now it is just, I mean, it is, you could couch surf for years and not get through all of this stuff.
Oh, exactly. And some of the shows that are being made like Yellowstone, that's movie quality right there.
You're right. So, and again, it's relatively speaking inexpensive. I mean, when you add up, I would say this too. When you add up all the money that most folks are probably saving on actually going to the movies.
Exactly.
You're saving a lot of money. You put that towards, you know, your Xfinities or your Netflix or whatever it is, then you still come out ahead with a lot more quality television.
Well, yeah, like your satellite. I mean, that's one reason I dropped DirecTV. It got way too expensive.
Yeah, and you got to sign a contract.
And I'm so sick of those, signing contracts.
Yeah, when I want out, I want out.
Exactly. When I'm done with the product. And I loved DirecTV. When I left them, it was like I was leaving some girl that was in love with me and didn't want me to go.
Oh, yeah, man.
This girl on the other end was just begging me to stay. And I said, you're not getting, I don't care whatever special you have, whatever. Read my upper lip and bottom lip. I'm done with DirecTV.
D-U-N done.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
2133 says, I often dream of Johnny B in drag.
Dream on.
Listen,
I know.
I don't judge him. I just read him.
Yeah, dream on there, bud.
Oh.
Now, if you knew me when I was 16, I might have done it on a dare.
Oh.
Johnny's lost his edge.
Yeah.
Really? So if I dared you to come in one day and drag, you wouldn't do it?
Well, if you paid me well enough, yeah, I'll come in. I'll come in.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Ken,
but you got to make a lot of money.
We need to start collecting funds to get Johnny B to one day show up and drag.
I tell you what, I'd like to wear a kilt everywhere I go.
A what?
A kilt.
Scottish.
I mean, I'm not going to wear a dress, but I don't like wearing underwear either. And a kilt hides everything just perfectly.
I've never worn a kilt.
I'd love to.
Not always, Ken. You get a good breeze out here.
Well, yeah, that's
You'll be like Marilyn Monroe, man.
Yeah, you will.
Hey, very quickly, join myself, Matt Murphy, Brian Wilson, Johnny B, Pamela Furr, and the new guy, Chris Hand, who, by the way, you guys want to hear something great?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So July 26th happens to be Chris Hand's birthday as well.
Wow.
Man, he's having one heck of a month, isn't
he?
he?
Yeah, he is.
So I'm working on getting a cake.
That
Chris.
everybody can have?
It'll be a little one just for Chris.
Ow.
It's going to be July 26th, J Street. I'm just kidding.
You almost had Ken there. He was almost going to go.
He was almost going to go. We're going to have to settle for a cardboard cutout. July 26th at J Street Korean Grill and Bar in Hendersonville. It all starts at 6 p.m. Purchase tickets today. It's 997WTN.com. We will return next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Got another rape case in Middle Tennessee that involves videos and images on a cell phone and victims who may not even know they're victims. Details at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you guys hear what Donald Trump said about the cocaine case? It is funny.
I like what he said about Chris Christie.
Well, yeah, we covered that in the 5. Probably get back to that in the 7. But the cocaine case is now officially closed. Donald Trump had some words about that, and a lot of other folks did as well. I've got the latest on that reaction. Also, an Illinois town is now paying reparations, and the president has decided now to send 3,000 reservists to Europe. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News. Appreciate you listening for Friday. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Hot and humid this weekend. And yes, the feels like temperature going to be right around the century mark. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. With a second major strike shutting down Hollywood overnight, actors expected to join the writers on strike for the first time since 1960. Demanding a fair contract from the studios they claim are taking advantage of them. Here's Andrew Dembert.
At midnight, the actors union SAG-AFTRA going on strike, unable to reach a deal with major studios. Fran Drescher, best known for her role as the nanny, and now the president of SAG-AFTRA, took aim at the major studios.
They plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right when giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs.
Earlier in the day, Bob Iger, the CEO of ABC's parent company Disney, called the union's demands unrealistic.
Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police say a third woman has come forward in a rape case that involves unconscious victims being recorded as they're sexually assaulted. Channel 4's Michael Warwick says the suspect, 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb, is already in custody on a rape charge.
Police say Webb's cell phone had videos and pictures of what they believe are other sexual assaults, revealing there could be several more victims.
It's safe to say that many of these women, additional victims, may not even know that they are a victim.
At this stage, Murfreesboro police say what's most important is that any more potential victims will come forward. So however many are out there can get justice.
Police say if you're a victim, you're urged to contact Detective Speed at the Murfreesboro Police Department. Webb is being held on a $100,000 bond. He's due in court July 31st. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, 2 people now under arrest for allegedly posting those racist flyers around Columbia. A 38-year-old man, a 17-year-old boy. Investigators now trying to figure out if they acted alone or if others are involved. Happened Sunday, July 9th. Flyers urging people to join the Ku Klux Klan found posted on the marquees of 3 African-American churches in Columbia. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
New signs of easing inflation have helped to send stocks higher. On Thursday, the Dow Jones gained 48 points to finish the session at 34,395. The Standard & Poor's 500 closed 0.8% higher. The Nasdaq Composite surged 1.5%. Hollywood actors have joined film and TV writers who have been on strike since May. It's the studio's first twin work stoppage in 63 years. The actors and writers unions both are demanding hikes in pay and residuals in the era of streaming TV, along with assurances that artificial intelligence will not replace them. Former Nanny star and SAG-AFTRA president Fran Drescher calls the studio's responses insulting and disrespectful. Is Threads a flash in the pan? Last week, the text-based social media platform touted as an alternative to Twitter reported a historic 100 million signups in just 5 days. Marketing data firm Sensor Tower says user engagement on Threads has pulled back significantly since Saturday.
Futures are mixed ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 126, S&P up 1, Nasdaq down 16. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Friday, July 14th. Johnny B here as well. Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis, and really appreciate you joining us. There has been such anger, such disgust at what is going on with the Secret Service and Cocaine Gate. Because as you no doubt know by now, the Secret Service, after all of 11 days, where cocaine was literally found in the most secure building, supposedly in the world, and after 11 days, the Secret Service comes back and basically has nothing to say at all. They don't know how it got there. They don't know whose cocaine it is, and they didn't find any DNA. They didn't find any fingerprints. They didn't find any images. Well done, Secret Service. You have now joined the ranks of the DOJ and the FBI and the IRS in protecting Team Biden. Now, what I thought was especially funny was Donald Trump and what he had to say about this whole thing. And the former president, as usual, not mincing any words, talking about whose cocaine he thinks it was.
But I put out a truth. It's in my opinion, it's Hunter and probably Joe. Because, you know, you watch Joe at the beginning of his speech, and he's got a little life. Not much, but he's got a little life. By the end of the speech, he's a disaster. He can't even find his way up the thing. So there's something going on there. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was for both of them. I think it's for both of them, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, the headline of Trump's quote, I think they bump up the president to help him through speeches. So it is Trump's, I don't know, it sounds like clearly he's sort of having fun. But he's not the only one that has said that there are times when Biden is like, where the hell did this life come from?
Yeah, his eyes are the size of saucers.
Yes, and he's actually sounds kind of coherent for Joe Biden and awake. And people are like, well, what the hell did they put him on? To suddenly wake up for these speeches. And it's Donald Trump's opinion, apparently, that they bump up the president before he makes these major speeches. That's what he says. Is that cocaine user vernacular?
Yeah,
bump up. Is that what they say?
Bumping up.
All right. Well,
I think anyway.
Yeah. Apparently, President Trump knows. The Secret Service, by the way, they say that they were not able to find out whose cocaine it was. They are saying there was a lack of evidence. Not real surprising. Possessing less than 2 ounces, by the way, of marijuana is not a crime in Washington, D.C., and that apparently is how much they found in these. This was also part of the news cycle, I should say. Yesterday, we found out that the Secret Service found in 2 separate cases marijuana in the White House as well. And so we have not heard about that until just now. And Lauren Boebert came out, and she came out and said, that's what the Secret Service just said to us. So it's like the White House has turned into, I don't know what, a house of ill repute. All right, that might be a little much. But you've got the transgender picnic that they had the other day where you've got all this nudity going on. Then we find out that they found a couple of instances where they found marijuana. We also, of course, know what is going on with the cocaine. And so the White House is kind of sort of turned into Animal House, it sounds like to me. Now, one of the things that is going on, of course, today, the news cycle is all about the Republican reaction to the fact that the IRS and I should say the Secret Service, and by the way, this is not surprising. I mean, from literally day one, I've been saying, and others have as well, that big, bold prediction is that the Secret Service, they don't want to know what they don't know, but they really do know, which is that perhaps, as Donald Trump said, maybe it's Joe and Hunter's. Who knows? But as you can imagine, Republicans very angry. James Comer, of course, head of the House Oversight Committee, and he says this whole thing is just a bad look.
It's very dangerous. It's very disturbing. One of 2 things has happened here. Either number 1, the Secret Service is lying to us and they're covering for someone, or number 2, they're incompetent.
I mean, you know, which would you rather have it be? I mean, it's just like the DOJ. It is just like the FBI. So not a very good track record for the Secret Service. Those couple of instances where they found marijuana and they never found out apparently whose that was. They didn't find out whose cocaine that was, supposedly. And so one of the things, as you look at all of this, the question has to be asked really not about the Secret Service. I mean, I believe that everybody knows that they fast-walked this thing into, okay, we gave this a passing look. We can't figure it out. We put our best people on it. I don't really believe that they did, and they're moving on. The reason why the Secret Service has basically, after 11 days, washed their hands of this whole thing is because the White House doesn't want the distraction. And so the White House, in the sense that they didn't want this distraction, they want to focus on the greatness, for example, of Bidenomics. So, again, not a very good track record or look for the Secret Service. And James Comer is absolutely right. And he also says that this whole thing is just wrong on so many levels.
But also that there have been 2 other instances where illegal drugs were found on the premise in the White House. This is unacceptable. We spend a lot of money, a lot of tax dollars to make sure that we have the best Secret Service that money can buy, but yet they can't determine who brings illegal substances into the White House. I think that's very disturbing.
Well, and of course it is very disturbing. And as everybody's been saying since day one, what if that wasn't cocaine? What if that was anthrax? Again, this is one of those moments where you look at this and then you have to say, okay, well, what did the Secret Service do? And what did the White House do? You know, are they drug testing everyone? Are they, looking at the backgrounds of the people that came into this particular part of the White House? And again, as we've all been saying all along, all Hunter has to do is take a drug test. Now, again, one thing about the marijuana is that it was such a small amount that it actually did not meet the legal threshold for federal charges or D.C. misdemeanor criminal charges. The marijuana was collected by officers, they say, and destroyed. There's more. Got a little bit more on this straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Got to take a break for traffic. 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Hey, by the way, coming up in just moments, you've got a town in Illinois, and they have now begun their long-awaited reparations. We'll talk about that here in just a second on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your Friday weather and into this weekend, partly cloudy today, slight chance of a storm and a high of 93. On Saturday, thunderstorms and a high of 87. On Sunday, sunny and a high of 92. Right now, 76 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, of course, again, folks are saying that the fact that the Secret Service, number one, wasn't able to find out whose cocaine that was, but number two, the fact that they're done after 11 days doesn't really seem like they made much of an effort. You do have James Comer and others saying that this really is a black eye for the FBI and the Secret Service.
It makes no sense. The Secret Service hadn't really received a black eye like the Department of Justice or the FBI, but unfortunately today, this is another name on the list of agencies that have run amok. Again, either they're not being truthful with the House Oversight Committee or they're incompetent by not being able to determine who left this substance. It's hard for me to believe that our technology at the FBI couldn't identify some DNA on this bag of cocaine.
Let's face it. Again, the lack of urgency on everyone's part has been eye-opening, perhaps, for folks who have been watching this story. I expect nothing more or less from the White House. I mean, this, for the Biden administration, this just doesn't really surprise me. Nancy Mace, a Republican, had this quote: "It's frustrating that every time something unsavory is happening around the White House or around the president, his family, or the administration, we can never find answers." You know, what I would say to Nancy Mace is we do actually have answers. I mean, James Comer, he has found answer after answer after answer when it comes to the influence peddling from Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. I mean, they've got the money. They've got the bank accounts. They've got the shell companies. They've got the names of, I believe it's 9 Biden family members who had money stuffed into their pockets. So I would say to Nancy Mace, we do have the answers, actually. We do. Problem is, it never seems to be enough. 6:18 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yes, indeed, there is a town in Illinois that have now decided that they are going to start paying off reparations. Now, one of the funny things I thought about this, I can imagine all these people that are going to now identify as, having folks in their family that were slaves moving to this particular city in the state of Illinois. I believe this is Evanston, Illinois. Thus far, they say 16 residents have received funds from a $10 million sum the city allocated for such payments, the Evanston Round Table reported. The money was initially to come from cannabis sales tax, but the city subsequently approved use of real estate transfer tax revenue to expedite the process. So here's what they're saying. Chicago suburb began paying these reparations to black residents this week after first approving the proposal in 2019. And so they had their own little reparations committee. And so what they're saying is they expect to have paid out $25,000 to each of 140 eligible residents by the end of the year, according to the Wall Street Journal. Now, to qualify, a resident must have been at least 18 years old and living in the city between 1919 and 1969, the New York Post reported. Calls for reparations have gained steam in recent years. We all know what's going on in California. You know what I would like to see? Putting all the usual BS to bed for a minute on the whole notion of reparations. I would like to see if the $25,000 that is being given to these 140 eligible members as they get this by the end of 2023, I would like to see what they do with the money. I would like to see if they use the money for good, if they were able to use this money to, further their lives, to take the next step, to, whatever, buy a house, earn a trade, learn a trade if they don't have one already. I am genuinely curious as to what these folks will do with the money. Because I think that it will be something that as we move forward with all of these conversations about reparations, which I am against, but I think it will be an interesting case study in what they ultimately do with that money. It is 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, the president says that Vladimir Putin has already lost the war in Ukraine, which, as you can imagine, might be news to Vladimir Putin. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Also, at 6:35, Disney World in Florida is having some pretty significant issues with attendance. Is it because the right is fighting back? We'll examine that as well on Nashville's Morning News. I'm a big fan of my buddy Dr. Kevin Mitchell. He is a proud sponsor of Nashville's Morning News, and this is the guy that I turned to when I was suffering with chronic back, neck, and knee pain over the years. Now, this is a guy who is here to help you, and right now he's got a great deal for listeners to WTN from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. $23 is going to get you your first x-rays, examination, and that first treatment as well. And again, Dr. Mitchell is the guy that helped me years ago with my chronic back and neck pain with his state-of-the-art spinal decompression therapy. Yes, I do still go for the occasional tune-up, and I will tell you that it absolutely does work. He's got a fantastic new office as well in Mount Juliet. So call him today. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Get an additional 10% off your rehab. The phone number 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, the website painisbad.com.
A Roth IRA versus a traditional IRA. Which one should we do? A lot of people struggle over this particular decision. And I'll just give you a couple tools to figure out what might be better for you. Think about it this way. Let's say if I had $1,000 that I was thinking about investing, that was income, $1,000 of income. With an IRA, let's say that you're in a 30% tax bracket. Let's say there is such a thing. And you want to put this money in an IRA. You're going to save $300 in taxes. Now, if you go post-tax with like a Roth IRA, this is how much goes into the Roth IRA. Now, let's say that later on down the road, we have this money and it didn't grow at all, just to keep the math really simple. And let's say that at some point in the future, you're in a lower tax bracket, because the way our tax system works is that your first income is taxed at a really low rate, and then you get up into higher rates, 10%, 12%, 22%, and so on and so forth. It gets higher. If you're earning income and you're at that particular tax rate up there, you might want to avoid that tax rate right now and take the income at a later point in time when you're in a lower average tax rate. Now let's say that you're in a 10% bracket down here when you pull the money. How much are you going to pay in taxes? 10% of $1,000 is $100. How much do you get to spend? $900. Well, even though I didn't have growth, I had growth because of the difference between my tax rate here and here. And that's the idea. That's one of the things that we look at. We look at Social Security taxation, income taxation, and a lot of factors that might drive you into higher or lower brackets in the future. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or call 615-851-1950.
Murfreesboro rape victims recorded. Racist flyers arrests. Arrests made in a near year-long murder investigation. Birth control pills over the counter. Hollywood cameras gathering dust. These stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, good news, everybody. The war between Ukraine and Russia is over. Just ask the president.
The answer is Putin's already lost the war. Putin has a real problem. How does he move from here? What does he do? And so the idea that there's going to be what vehicle is used, he could end the war tomorrow. He could just say, I'm out. But what agreement is ultimately reached depends upon Putin and what he decides to do. But there is no possibility of him winning the war in Ukraine. He's already lost that war.
So I don't understand. He said over and over again that Vladimir Putin has lost the war. Then why is it that we're sending 3,000 or getting ready to call up 3,000 reserve troops to support operations in Europe after tens of thousands, as Newsweek points out, after tens of thousands were sent there last year after Russia's invasion of Ukraine? According to several reports yesterday, that is what we're going to now do, is send 3,000 reserve troops. And so I guess the question is, when Biden says things like this, yet we've given, tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine, and it's never ending. This is never going to end. That's at least what it feels like. The question is, next, what is next? You've got Zelensky out there, stamping his feet and complaining that, we're not letting them into NATO. Well, here's the problem. For Zelensky, you are in the middle of a war, and we're not going to allow you in NATO until after the war. But for Zelensky, it feels like it is never enough. And for Joe Biden, for him to say that Putin has already lost the war, then for somebody like me who's a little wary of all of this, it leaves me scratching my head and thinking, okay, well then if that's the case, why are we sending the cluster munitions to Ukraine as well? Why do we continue to fund a war that Vladimir Putin has already lost? It is 6:29. I want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. You know how much I love my basement studio. One reason why is my new windows from Window Nation. It's a lot cooler down there since I put in those new windows. You can beat the heat with new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. And a great deal right now through the month of July. They're going to give you 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy with no limit. They're also looking out for you with one of their best deals ever. You go with Window Nation, you mention my name, you put 0 money down, make 0 payments, and pay 0 interest for 2 full years. So if you're even thinking about getting windows, you've got to call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
6:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to be a hot, humid weekend, and the first half of it could include some showers and thunderstorms. Low-level risk of severe weather. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Entertainment news, Jason Nathanson says the double strike means Hollywood is shut down. Writers aren't writing, actors aren't acting, the camera's collecting dust.
Even things like the Emmys, which are coming up in September. If the strike's still going on come September, it's possible we might see the Emmys postponed or canceled.
Writers and actors think they're getting cheated in this era of streaming, and they want protection against AI stealing their names and even writing the scripts. Right now in Middle Tennessee, 3 women have come forward in a Murfreesboro rape investigation that started last year. There could be more victims. Police spokesman Larry Flowers says 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb's cell phone had many videos and images of women being sexually assaulted.
It appears Webb was preying on these women when they were in their most vulnerable state, unconscious, heavily intoxicated.
Webb being held on a $100,000 bond due in court July 31st. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, 2 people in custody in the case of the racist flyers posted on the marquees of black churches in Columbia. A 38-year-old man and a 17-year-old boy, those flyers asking people to join the KKK. And 3 people in custody in Wilson County for the murder of Maya Fuller, whose remains were found in a wooded area last July, not long after she worked a shift at Geodis Park, then went to Island Vibes nightclub in Antioch. Sheriff Robert Ryan.
We will continue to work tirelessly for Maya and her family until every detail has been uncovered surrounding this case.
Tiana Tipton, Tyshawn Bowles, and Lamira Pipkins, all three of Nashville, charged. And for the first time in our nation's history, a birth control pill called Opill will be available over the counter without any restrictions.
Patients will be able to walk into a grocery store, a drugstore, online, and purchase this like they purchase Advil, Tylenol, or something like that.
Dr. Tamika August with MedStar Washington Hospital. The FDA is concerned that younger teenagers might pick this up at stores without actually reading the label and screening themselves for any risks. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Hey, by the way, coming up at about 6:35, 6:36, what is going on with Disney and the battle between Disney and Ron DeSantis? And honestly, one of the questions is, who is this hurting more, DeSantis or Disney, over the whole situation with sexualizing children? We'll examine that coming up on Super Talk 99.7. Stoltzco business is booming over at Stoltzco. And the question is, why? Well, it's because they build great pole barns, and more Tennesseans are seeing that. Now, what I'd like you to do is go to their website, stoltzco.com, and check them out for yourself, Stoltzco, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram or Facebook. And just check them out. They've got all kinds of examples right there at the website. You've got classic tool and work barns. You've got garages. You've even got, yes, barn dominiums. You can live in one of these pole barns from Stoltzco. They will stand the test of time because they've got great craftsmanship. So check them out again, stoltzco.com. Also, you can find them on Instagram or Facebook. Stoltzco, where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992 for Stoltzco. 638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Disney's been in the news lately for all the wrong reasons. Disney World in Florida is having some pretty significant issues with attendance. Is it because the right and Ron DeSantis are fighting back, or are other issues to blame? Now, we all know that Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, has been on the attack.
For Disney to come out and put a statement and say that the bill should have never passed and that they are going to actively work to repeal it, I think, one, was fundamentally dishonest, but two, I think that crossed the line.
Yeah, and he's talking about and I'm putting this in air quotes, folks, the Don't Say Gay bill, which, of course, as everyone knows, those words were not in the bill. And it was basically, a bill in Florida to protect the rights of parents to know what was going on with their children. And so the question is, you've got Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, running for president, and he has been saying for a long time now that Disney has been trying to, number one, sexualize children, and of course going up against his legislation, which is something that the returning president of Disney, Bob Iger, he says that is our First Amendment right as a company. But what they did, here's the question. Is Disney, are they now suffering because of their woke policies? They looked at the 4th of July. This was a big story in the Wall Street Journal. They looked at the 4th of July for the last 3 years, and this last July 4th was one of their slowest days of the year, which is crazy because at Disney World, that's usually one of their busiest. Wait times on rides are on average of 27 minutes, down from 47 minutes 3 years ago. Now, they did have that massive post-COVID boom in Florida and in Disney because Florida, as you all know, was one of the first states to open back up. But there's a lot more competition also out there these days. You can talk about cruise lines. You can speak about other states where they have, for example, Dollywood. You've got great amusement parks in places like here in Tennessee at Dollywood. You've got amusement parks in Virginia, Ohio, of course, Texas as well. So there's a lot going on. But also, don't forget, and this is a very big deal, the prices at Disney have absolutely skyrocketed, not only in Florida, but also in Los Angeles. And so I think part of what's going on is that for Disney, they're just asking too much money at a time when people don't have a lot of money. CBS analyst Ed O'Keefe was talking about all of this and says Disney's challenges could be Ron DeSantis and his war against them.
It has to do with the fact that the state is targeting the company now, but it also has to do with the fact that Disney, like many other media companies, is facing some cost cutting, and it looks as if that was part of the decision. But Disney has no problem pointing out that, yes, Governor DeSantis and the way he's targeting the company is a big factor, and it's seen by a lot of Republicans and by corporate America and by corporate donors who like Republicans as a sign that maybe the governor's gone too far. And you can expect Trump and others to call it out. Today, the former president said the governor had been, quote, caught in the mousetrap.
So, of course, everybody knows that, again, and he's talking about that, Ed O'Keefe. And now they talk about how DeSantis is targeting Disney, but I think it is also fair to say that Disney targeted Ron DeSantis. So there's nothing wrong with DeSantis fighting back. And quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with Disney if they want to come out and oppose this legislation. Again, that is their right. But DeSantis clearly doesn't have to take that kind of behavior, if you will, from Disney. He has every right to fight back. Some would say, again, the Parents' Rights in Education bill, this is what the left called the Don't Say Gay bill. Now, one of the things after all of this is going on, with the back and forth regarding the Parents' Rights in Education bill, DeSantis ultimately stripped the Disney of their special district status in Florida that ultimately gave them special privileges After that whole thing, DeSantis said, okay, well, you have all of these special privileges in the state of Florida. So if you're going to start criticizing me and the state of Florida, well, then guess what? You don't get those special privileges. So DeSantis said, you know what? You go ahead and you can sue us if you dare.
We are not allowing gender ideology in our curriculum. And if that means we got to take on Disney to do it, then so be it. I am not backing down.
Yeah, that is Ron DeSantis, and Florida conservatives, they liked what they heard. So now the question is, because there's a lot of different, you just heard Ron DeSantis talking about that there in that soundbite. The question is Disney sexualizing kids? What are the specific allegations? Now, we covered this for you. I've been covering this for you for, months now. Feels like forever. But here's what has gone down over the past 15, 16 months. 15 months ago, Christopher Rufo. Now, you remember him. He is the guy that he is somebody who watches the woke and he exposes the woke in corporations and so forth. 15 months ago, Christopher Rufo released internal Disney videos that shows those in charge. This is the higher-ups in Disney, trying to insert what they called and this is a quote, not at all secret gay agenda. This is from the New York Post. Those were the words used by Disney television animation executive producer LaToya Ravano, who said that she is adding queerness wherever she can. With Disney's blessing, by the way, as the company was going hard to be supportive. Oh, there's more. There's a lot more. And I think part of this does explain why Disney's numbers are down. 645 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, what Bob Iger says, he is the guy who returned from retirement to continue to run Disney after the previous guy, as some would say, ran Disney into the ground and engaged in this battle with Ron DeSantis. Bob Iger is making news this Friday morning because of what he is saying about the Florida governor. We'll have that audio for you and a whole lot more straight ahead. 645. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 646 on Nashville's Morning News. Partly cloudy today. Slight chance of a storm, a high of 93. On Saturday, thunderstorms and a high of 87. On Sunday, sunny and a high of 92. Right now, 77 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Kind of reviewing, in the news today, you've got the battle between Ron DeSantis and Disney. They're saying that Disney's attendance is down in Florida after that very high-profile battle between DeSantis and the higher-ups there in Florida. The company, Disney, coming out against the Parents' Rights and Education bill that DeSantis and the state legislature put forward. And DeSantis responded by stripping them of some special privileges. And so for DeSantis, as I've been playing you the audio, this is one of his calling cards, is the war against woke. Some people are saying that this is going to backfire on Ron DeSantis. I would be curious, by the way, you folks on the super text line, how big of a deal is this for you? And do you think that this has been a mistake for DeSantis to go after Disney? Donald Trump Jr. said that it was a mistake for DeSantis to go after Disney and engage in this battle. 615-737-9986. But again, the question is Disney, are they being wrongly accused of trying to sexualize children, which is what DeSantis and others say? What are the specific allegations? And I told you about the internal Disney videos that were released by Christopher Rufo. He's like a woke hunter. And the video showed those in charge trying to insert what they call a not at all secret gay agenda. And again, as described by the New York Post, those were the words used by Disney television animation executive producer LaToya Ravano, who said that she is adding queerness whenever she can with Disney's blessing as the company is going hard to be supportive. The story goes on. Ravano, the producer, who's adding queerness wherever possible, spoke of the momentum she felt, saying, and this is a quote, "I don't have to be afraid to have these two characters kiss in the background," she said. She's the executive producer of the upcoming Rise Up, Sing Out, which will appear on Disney Junior, a brand the company says is aimed at kids ages 2 to 7 years old. And so a lot of people looking at what Disney is doing, and it's raising a lot of red flags. There's no other way to say it. They say the shocking footage also featured Disney Parks Diversity and Inclusion Manager Vivian Ware saying the company has removed all of the gendered greetings at its theme parks. We talked about this too. No more ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Those are all gone. Now, Bob Iger was on CNBC. This is part of the news cycle this morning. Bob Iger was on CNBC, and he says that no, Disney is not sexualizing children. He says that it is preposterous.
It's not our goal to be involved in a culture war. Our goal is to continue to tell wonderful stories and have a positive impact on the world. You know, we are a preeminent entertainer in the world, and we're proud of our track record there. The notion that Disney is in any way sexualizing children, quite frankly, is preposterous and inaccurate.
See, what I would ask then, and they didn't do this in the interview on CNBC, I would have presented Bob Iger with the very specific allegations. Okay, then, can we talk about the people who are working under you, and can we talk about this initiative to insert queerness wherever possible? And that Disney is all in on inserting this kind of woke agenda. See, that's what I would like to know, and that's what I would like to have Bob Iger ask specifically. It's one thing to simply say, well, no, it's preposterous, we're not doing it. Okay, well, the video shows otherwise. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Hey, coming up right before the news, there's a lot of talk, even more so on this Friday morning, that Joe Biden must go. Joe must go. And there's a big article in The Hill that I'm going to share with you coming up next on Nashville's Morning News. Loan Pronto. So many folks, maybe you, buried in credit card debt these days. Loan Pronto can help you. You know, they've been helping folks for a long time. What if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Well, you can with Loan Pronto. Now, you don't have to do a full home refi. You can simply tap a small portion of the equity in your home and enjoy a super low monthly payment. So you can get rid of those high-interest credit cards with Loan Pronto. Their Express Equity Credit Line can help you big time. They can get you closed and debt-free in 7 to 10 days. A $50,000 loan will only cost you around $400 a month with Loan Pronto. So call them today, 615-499-5780. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-499-5780. Ask about their amazing VA loan program as well. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Murfreesboro rape case, images on a phone, racist flyers arrests, student loan debt will be forgiven anyway. Risks associated with over-the-counter birth control pills, and Hollywood's a ghost town. What's going to happen to your stories? These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 6:55, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Looks like some Democrats are saying Joe must go. Headline from Fox News, and they're quoting a couple of different sources. Seeing the slow pace of campaign, top Democrats preparing to, in quiet, replace Joe Biden. One senior Democrat telling CNN that Biden's reelection is a crapshoot. It's probably because he's driven America into the crapper and cannot be done when the guy is 80 years old and has a day job. That is according to CNN. A growing number of top Democrats and donors are reaching out to possible replacements for President Biden as the 2024 Democratic presidential nominee. So we'll have to see what happens there. Of course, Gavin Newsom is the first name that always comes up. It is 6:56 on Nashville's Morning News. Coming up, Jonathan Turley has a few things to say about FBI Director Christopher Wray and his testimony on Capitol Hill. And you've got Christie that continues to go after Donald Trump, and yours truly caught him in a lie. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Seven o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to be hot and humid all weekend long. Tell you about the best chance for some showers and thunderstorms mixed in during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Got some entertainment news. Hollywood is a ghost town.
Hollywood actors are waking up this morning on strike and will take to the picket lines today. They join the writers, who have already been on strike for over 2 months. The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and Family Guy star Alex Borstein just got 2 Emmy nominations this week for her roles on both shows. She tells me no one wants a strike, but she's 100% behind it.
There's a lot at stake. Streaming is a huge animal in the business right now, and we haven't created a proper saddle to write it.
The studios, represented by the AMPTP, have said they offered historic raises and more, but both sides seem to be really far apart.
Yeah, actors and writers feel they're getting cheated in this era of streaming, and they want protection from AI. Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police say 3 women have come forward in a rape case involving unconscious victims being recorded as they're sexually assaulted. Channel 4's Michael Warwick says the suspect, 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb's, already in custody.
Police say Webb's cell phone had videos and pictures of what they believe are other sexual assaults, revealing there could be several more victims.
It's safe to say that many of these women, additional victims, may not even know that they are a victim.
At this stage, Murfreesboro police say what's most important is that any more potential victims will come forward, so however many are out there can get justice.
Webb is being held on a $100,000 bond. He's due in court July 31st. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, 2 people have been arrested for allegedly posting racist flyers around Columbia. A 38-year-old man and 17-year-old boy arrested and charged. Investigators now trying to determine if those 2 acted alone or if others were involved in the posting of flyers that recruited people to the KKK. It appears about $39 billion worth of student loan debt relief is coming with or without the U.S. Supreme Court. Andy Field tells us.
The U.S. Education Department is now letting 800,000 Americans know the government is forgiving their student debt. The reason? The government forgot to give it to them through a program that had pledged to erase those debts of lower-income people if they paid for 20 to 25 years. Government saying they made a counting error and are now notifying the people who should have qualified that they will get the debt forgiven.
Now they'll see their monthly bills cut in half. The FDA has approved an over-the-counter birth control pill, which means it can be sold without a prescription, no age limitations, and Flaherty reports the progesterone-only pill, experts say, is safer than the ones with estrogen in them.
We were concerned that younger teens, particularly teens under the age of 15, would be picking this up at stores without actually reading the label and screening themselves for any risks. But what they decided was that there were so few risks associated with this type of pill, the progestin-only pill. Certain breast cancer survivors shouldn't be taking it. Well, that's not likely to be younger teens.
Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Futures are up before the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 161. S&P futures up 5. NASDAQ futures up 7. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I've got to tell you, the spin from the mainstream media is really dizzying this morning, because it's interesting how you'll watch, and I know that you won't be shocked by this, friends, but how the Washington Post and the New York Times and all of these other news outlets will look at the testimony of Christopher Wray yesterday on Capitol Hill. I should say 2 days ago on Capitol Hill. We covered it yesterday. And part of their description of all of this is that Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, he was running out of adjectives to describe and deny the politicization of the FBI. And they also talked about conspiracy theories and about how the FBI is, engaged in all of these things that they are doing wrong with their politicization. And the media is portraying the accusations from Republicans as conspiracy theories. And I don't really understand why that is. Because we all know, and you know because you listen to WTN, that the FBI has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they have done a lot of things wrong, a lot of things anti-Republican, anti-Donald Trump, and quite frankly, anti-America. And they denied all of these things and Christopher Wray denied a lot of these things that essentially have been proven. For example, you had Jonathan Turley, and one of the big conversations yesterday, because remember, you've got the Washington Post and some of these other media outlets saying that the Republicans were asking FBI Director Wray about all of these conspiracy theories. And Jonathan Turley, who, of course, he's a constitutional professor, Georgetown University. This guy is an incredible, and I mean incredible, not only is he an incredible attorney, but he's also a great guy to look for analysis. And so when they talked about the politicization of social media companies and their censorship of those asking questions about COVID, we know from the Twitter files and emails and reporting that, yes, the FBI was engaged in social media companies and with social media companies to shut down debate on COVID. Yet in testimony yesterday, you did have Christopher Wray say, oh, no, that never happened. He's saying that they were engaged in disinformation from foreign entities like Russia, and that the FBI did not go after disinformation coming from Americans. Again, put some of that in air quotes. This is what Jonathan Turley had to say about that.
I want to add that I thought that part of his testimony was the most dubious. He insisted that they only focused on foreign disinformation. That's just not true. I mean, we have ample evidence. We have emails from the FBI dealing with matters that were not foreign disinformation. Yep. There were complaints at Twitter that they were just doing word searches and asking for thousands of people to be banned. So either he's saying that he just didn't know what his own agency was doing, or he was less than forthcoming.
See, that's the thing that I asked yesterday as I was playing you some of this audio from Christopher Wray. Because there is oftentimes, as Turley was saying, and a lot of other folks said this as well, is that Christopher Wray didn't shed light on anything. And it's like, as I often say when we see these kinds of testimony on Capitol Hill, and they say, I don't know, I don't recall, it's under investigation, whatever it may be, it's like, did you know that you were going to be asked these questions? You had to have known, because you knew that you were going to be called into this committee and they're going to ask you about these things. So either, again, as Jonathan Turley says, Christopher Wray perhaps doesn't know what's going on within the FBI, or he's lying. And as I often say, I don't know which is worse. Here's more from Jonathan Turley.
This was really maddening. He had more details when Eric Swalwell asked him about FBI Family Day. He went on length about that. But when you deal with something that was just the subject of a 155-page report, he draws a blank. He repeatedly said that he didn't have knowledge of things that we've all been talking about. He constantly said that things were under investigation, even matters from January 6th, and he can't comment on an ongoing investigation. Literally, he offered nothing today.
Yeah. It's like 5 hours of basically, the Republicans doing what, and by the way, this is a thing that not only Democrats do, but yes, Republicans do as well, where there is a lot of grandstanding. And there's a reason for that. I believe the reason why the Republicans do what they do, and Democrats do the same thing, is that when you have these kinds of hearings, and you got somebody up there and you're going to ask them all of these questions, you know that you're not going to get anything. You know that Christopher Wray is not going to answer a lot of questions. So what do? As a member of, say, for example, the House Judiciary Committee, then you state the reason why you're asking the question, knowing full well that you're not going to get an answer from Christopher Wray or whoever it may be. And again, both the Democrats and the Republicans do that. It is part of Washington, D.C. culture, and it's one of the reasons why I know that a lot of you don't like to watch these things, and you count on people like me to tell you what happened with all of the audio that I play, including this piece of audio that, to me, was one of the most telling regarding Joe Biden and is the president under investigation.
Did Joe Biden take payments from Burisma or any other foreign companies as vice president, president, or private citizen Biden?
Well, if you missed this answer from Christopher Wray, a lot of people are saying this is the FBI director admitting that Joe Biden is under investigation. I've got that audio for you coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Welcome on in. Friday, July 14th, partly cloudy today, a slight chance of a storm, a high of 93. On Saturday, thunderstorms and a high of 87. On Sunday, sunny and a high of 92. Right now, 77 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think a lot of folks within our side of the aisle did take note of this question directed at Christopher Wray, and he wouldn't answer the question.
Did Joe Biden take payments from Burisma or any other foreign companies as vice president, president, or private citizen Biden?
As you may know, there is an ongoing investigation being led by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, Mr. Weiss, appointed by President Trump in the last administration, that our Baltimore field office is working with, and I would refer you to him as to what, if anything, can be shared.
So the president is under investigation.
I'm not going to confirm or speak to who is or isn't under investigation for what. I'm simply going to tell you.
So he's not under investigation?
I didn't say that either. By long-standing department policy and practice, I'm not going to be confirming or denying who is or isn't under investigation.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. And they went on and on. And the bottom line is that he wouldn't answer, confirm, nor deny whether or not the president is under investigation. Most people on our side of the aisle jump to that answer and say, aha, clearly Joe Biden is under investigation. I don't know that, and neither do you. But it seems like we do know. I mean, James Comer, of course, the Republicans are investigating Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. The question is the FBI? I'm going to tell you something. I don't really know how much the American people actually care whether or not Joe Biden is under investigation. I'll tell you what the American people feel. And earlier in the radio broadcast, just moments ago, I actually told you that there are a lot of Democrats now that are looking at Joe Biden's age, and they are saying that they do need a younger alternative. Perhaps those Democrats who are now looking to people like, for example, Gavin Newsom to take the place of Joe on the campaign trail. I'm not sure if they're looking at Kamala Harris, but 2/3 of voters, 2/3 of voters are now saying that President Joe Biden at 80 years old should step down so younger candidates can seek his party's 2024 nomination, including more than half of Democrats, according to a dailymail.com poll. Now, I find that, fascinating, although not necessarily surprising, because we have seen this time and time and time again. And so what's happening, I believe, is that the American people, they're not looking at or really hardcore focused on what you and I are focused on as listeners to WTN and people who really pay attention to what's going on in Washington, D.C. with all of these investigations. The American people are just looking at the average person, going out, working, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and they come home, they're tired, they don't want to be beaten down with this all day. But they just see a doddering old fool like Joe Biden. And they realize that this is a guy that can barely put two sentences together. And so that's what they see. And perhaps they know, sort of the very surface level accusations against Hunter Biden. But that's the bottom line. Bottom line is, whether we're talking about corruption or we're talking about mental acuity plummeting, kind of like our real wages have been plummeting. With Joe Biden, it's going to spell doom, perhaps, for his campaign. You know the astonishing thing about all this? The astonishing thing about all this is literally no one in the Biden administration will even admit that there's a problem. And so, as I've said often, do the people within the Biden administration, do they know that people are asking a lot of questions? Do they understand that the American people are looking at the economy? They're looking at what is going on the southern border. They're looking at what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, I could go on, but y'all get the idea. And the Democrats just don't see it. And again, while all of this is going on, you've got a president who can't put two words together, and you've got a vice president who can string a lot of words together. The problem is none of them make any sense. It is 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. By the way, coming up before the news, the big question is, besides Gavin Newsom, who else is out there on the left? We'll explore at about 7:25 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to tell you about my buddy John Griffith. Friends, when you are looking for a personal injury attorney, it can be stressful at an already stressful time, which is why I want to tell you about my friend John Griffith and all the professionals at Griffith Law. Now, John was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year back in 2018, here in Tennessee, a few years back, 2018. That's one of many reasons why I do endorse John and the folks there at Griffith Law, because he is not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you. To John and his team of experts at Griffith Law, you're not just another case or a quick settlement. John is going to try to get to know you, your case, and then work hard to make you whole after an accident or incident. Now, Griffith Law is hated by insurance companies and loved by their clients. Attorney John Griffith is a conservative Christian whose goal is to provide exceptional customer service, and he's got a long list of clients who have become big fans of his work. So call them today at 615-807-7900 for personal injury attorney John Griffith and Griffith Law. 615-807-7900, griffithinjurylaw.com.
A Roth IRA versus a traditional IRA. Which one should we do? A lot of people struggle over this particular decision. And I'll just give you a couple tools to figure out what might be better for you. Think about it this way. Let's say if I had $1,000 that I was thinking about investing, that was income, $1,000 of income. With an IRA, let's say that you're in a 30% tax bracket. Let's say there is such a thing. And you want to put this money in an IRA. You're going to save $300 in taxes. Now, if you go post-tax with like a Roth IRA, this is how much goes into the Roth IRA. Now, let's say that later on down the road, we have this money and it didn't grow at all, just to keep the math really simple. And let's say that at some point in the future, you're in a lower tax bracket, because the way our tax system works is that your first income is taxed at a really low rate, and then you get up into higher rates, 10%, 12%, 22%, and so on and so forth. It gets higher. If you're earning income and you're at that particular tax rate up there, you might want to avoid that tax rate right now and take the income at a later point in time when you're in a lower average tax rate. Now let's say that you're in a 10% bracket down here when you pull the money. How much are you going to pay in taxes? 10% of $1,000 is $100. How much do you get to spend? $900. Well, even though I didn't have growth, I had growth because of the difference between my tax rate here and here. And that's the idea. That's one of the things that we look at. We look at Social Security taxation, income taxation, and a lot of factors that might drive you into higher or lower brackets in the future. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
Rape victims on a cell phone. Murder arrests for a year-long investigation. Birth control pill without restrictions. And what's the Hollywood double strike going to mean for your stories? Details coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 7:27, Nashville's Morning News. So I was just telling you about how Joe Biden has a lot of people out there now saying that they don't want him to run for president, run for re-election in 2024. So who are the other people within the Democrat Party that would run? You know, I got to tell you that I believe that there is a lot of really, really good candidates that are not named Donald Trump on the right. But listen to some of these names. You do have Gavin Newsom. You've got Pete Buttigieg, which that dude has been just one train wreck after another. So you've got Pete Buttigieg. You've got Elizabeth Warren, who is out there. People are still talking about Bernie Sanders. They cannot get over Bernie Sanders. But the point is, you've got Amy Klobuchar. Now, for me, the joke on Amy Klobuchar is that woman always sounds like she's crying. Did you notice that when she was running for president a while back? Did you notice that, Ken? We talked about that.
No, but now that I think about it.
She always sounded like she was crying. It's just her voice got all weird. Whatever. Anyway.
So sounds better than Elizabeth Warren.
Yes.
I cannot. Never mind.
What's that, Ken?
Move on.
Moving on. Hey, Ken, go ahead and time check me if you want.
7:28, Brother Dan.
All right. Anyway, you got Pete Buttigieg. They do say that Kamala Harris also is one of those folks that could run for president. Oh, dear God, let that be true. You know what? I mean, can you imagine how much, comedic fodder we would have every single day if Kamala actually ran for president?
Yeah, but unfortunately, we'd really be in trouble.
Yeah, we would. I know that I would probably go too far one day with Kamala. So anyway, but those are the names. And the point is that while the Republican Party, and I know this is, well-worn territory, but you've got the Republican Party that does have a lot of really good conservatives if Donald Trump decides not to run or for whatever reason he's running. But if he doesn't win, can't run, whatever, we've got a really good bench. I can't say the same thing, in my opinion, for the Democrats. Now, coming up at about 7:36, Christie has some words for Donald Trump.
I'll fight Donald Trump anywhere he wants, in any arena he wants.
Yeah, we'll talk about that because he is literally talking about taking on Donald Trump in fisticuffs. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 7:29 on Nashville's Morning News. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, it is getting hotter. The last thing you need is your AC going out. Becoming a Beehive member will ensure that you are running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If your AC breaks down in the middle of summer, you do get front-of-the-line service when you are a Beehive member. You're going to get it fixed quickly and efficiently. That did happen to me, by the way. I've been a Beehive member for years. And years ago, my air conditioner did break down in the middle of summer. And yes, they were right over. It was great. So part of making sure that you stay cool in the summertime is maintenance. Becoming a Beehive member means you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, no overtime charges 24/7, and 10% off of all repairs. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, busybeehvac.com.
$7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Hot and humid with a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, tomorrow. Then Sunday will be a little bit different. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Entertainment news, disruptions begin in Hollywood today as the actors have now joined the writers in a double strike over concerns about the streaming and AI.
Actors Matt Damon and Emily Blunt were among those walking out of the London premiere of the new movie Oppenheimer in support of the strike. Press tours for upcoming movies like Barbie are expected to mostly come to a halt. The strike means no actors on red carpets, no social media promotion, and no talk show appearances.
Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police say more victims in a rape case are possible. So far, 3 women have come forward after authorities say they found many videos and images of unconscious women being sexually assaulted. The phone belongs to a man who's already in custody, 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb. Meanwhile, a break in the case of a missing woman whose remains were found in a wooded area of Wilson County last year. Sheriff Robert Ryan says 3 people have been arrested and charged in the death of Maya Fuller, who was last seen alive after working at Geodis Park nearly a year ago.
The family deserves closure, and we will continue to do everything within our power to make sure that justice prevails in this case.
Tiana Tipton, Tyshawn Bowles, and Lamira Pipkins, all 3 of Nashville, charged with first-degree murder in Fuller's death. It's going to be easier to access birth control now that U.S. regulators have approved the first daily birth control pill that can be sold without prescriptions or age restrictions and Flaherty reports.
Basically, what the FDA said was this drug that's been on the market for 50 years has such a safe track record. We're really not seeing concerns with safety, so we're going to go ahead and allow people to screen themselves before taking this drug.
Now, the FDA is concerned that younger teenagers will not read the label or screen themselves for any risks. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
732 Nashville's Morning News, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, this is a guy that has been supporting WTN for years, and you should support him as well. Now, right now, if you suffer from chronic back, neck, or knee pain, $23 gets you your first x-ray examination and treatment from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, you know what they did for me? They helped me with my chronic back and neck pain years ago with their specialty. It's spinal decompression therapy. I still go for the occasional tune-up. It does work. I am living proof, and yes, they can help you as well. He's got a new office in Mount Juliet that is just incredible. So call him today, Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. That phone number is 615-246-5009. Call him today and get that great deal. $23 gets you that first x-ray examination and treatment. 615-246-5009. Mention my name. You get another 10% off your rehab. Painisbad.com. 737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Furby alert. Pamela Furr is going to join us at 8:05 here on Nashville's Morning News. Phil Valentine is going to be inducted into the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame. And Pamela and I and Johnny and Ken will all talk about that and how you can perhaps participate as well. That is coming up at 8:05 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Chris Christie is out there today, and I got to tell you that the more that Chris Christie speaks, the more it is completely obvious that I was right, and most people who saw this were correct in saying that Chris Christie, the only reason why this guy is in the Republican primary for president is to try to take down Donald Trump. And so he was on with Piers Morgan, and I got to tell you, I actually love this exchange for so many reasons. But Piers was, again, on with Chris Christie and the conversation on taking on Donald Trump in whatever arena they could find where they would, the two would be able to go mano a mano. Here's what they said.
I'll fight Donald Trump anywhere he wants, in any arena he wants, whether it's on a debate stage or in the octagon.
He's mocked your weight, Trump.
Yeah, look at him.
Can you imagine, by the way, those two in the octagon? I mean, no offense to either one of these guys, but I don't know if either one of them would come out alive, just because, neither one, as you're going to hear Chris Christie say, neither one is in great shape. Here's more from Chris Christie.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, for goodness sakes, come on. I mean, look, you know what? Here's the bottom line, Piers. For the last 30 years, I've struggled with my weight like tens of millions of Americans struggle with their weight. And there are times where I do well, and there are times when I don't do very well. And it's a struggle.
Yeah, you know what? He is doing the right thing. One of the things that I think a lot of people perhaps realize, some people are more sensitive than others, but when you know that you have an issue, whether it is your weight or your height or maybe your hairline, whatever, and it is something that could be an avenue of criticism, embrace it. I mean, I believe that that's what Chris Christie is doing, is, listen, yeah, I've got weight issues. What's your point? Yours truly, I'm short and bald. Okay, what's your point? That's all I'm saying. And so Chris Christie, I understand what he's going through. By the way, Trump talked about Christie's weight as reported by the New York Post. Christie, who launched his presidential campaign in New Hampshire on Tuesday, said Donald Trump was acting like a child by posting remember this? He posted a doctored video purported to show Chris Christie making the announcement at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Breaking news, Christie responded. I have struggled with my weight for 20 years. What I haven't struggled with is my character. I'll put that up against Donald Trump's any day. If that's the best he's got, then Donald Trump has lost his fastball. That is what Chris Christie said about Donald Trump. And I said this in the 5 o'clock hour early on. I don't think Christie can talk about character. I don't. Yeah, does Donald Trump have some issues with character? Absolutely. Even the most ardent, passionate Donald Trump supporter would admit that you don't vote for Donald Trump. You don't support Donald Trump because of his character. You just don't. You support Donald Trump because he said that he was going to drain the swamp. You supported Donald Trump because you loved how he sparred with the media, and he basically told the media to kiss his ass. I loved that part of Donald Trump. Of course, the policy issues as well. So let's not talk about character, especially when it comes to politicians in Washington, D.C. But also, if you want to talk about character, as we pointed out earlier, let's talk about Chris Christie and his past penchant for closing beaches while governor of New Jersey, yet going himself and lying about it. When it first came out, they said, hey, Gov, you closed the beaches because of COVID, but we've got photographs of you on the beach.
Yeah.
And then he finally had to admit, yeah, that was me.
Yeah, because the images showed up on the news.
That's exactly right. So let's not talk about character, shall we, Chris Christie? I'm just saying. We can also, by the way, talk about the bridge closure that big controversy in New Jersey. And while the actual closure, at least according to the investigation, was not Chris Christie's doing, some people on his staff were responsible, and he is accused of trying to cover it up. So let's not speak of character, Chris Christie, shall we?
And for him to be such a child, an infant, and make those kind of remarks, especially, I guess, when he's staying up in Bedminster, New Jersey, there are no mirrors where he is, because all he needs to do is look at himself, and what he should do first, work on himself. Then when he gets himself, because, he wears those ties, 8 feet long.
Ties, yeah.
Yeah, 8 feet long, because he told me this, because they slenderize him. Let me tell you, fail. Not working, okay? But here's the thing. At least I've never pretended to be anything that I'm not.
And that is my point. That is my point. When Chris Christie says, at least I've never pretended to be something I'm not. He actually is. Because when he says that, my very first reaction was, are you kidding me? Really? You are pretending that you're running for president to be the president when everybody knows the sole reason why Chris Christie is running for president is to be the attack dog on Donald Trump. We knew that from day one. Dudes are like, I don't know what it is. I haven't looked today, but Chris Christie is at like 1 or 2% as far as support within the Republican Party. Now, is he getting the donations? Yeah, he is. He's getting the donations. The reason why Chris Christie is getting the donations is because there is a lot of Republicans that don't like Donald Trump. And they want Chris Christie to do with Donald Trump that he did to Marco Rubio, because we all know what Christie did to the Florida senator when he took out Marco Rubio years ago. So they want that same kind of, penchant of political career destroying of Marco Rubio. They want Christie to do that to Donald Trump, which is fine. But when Christie says, I've never pretended to be something that I'm not, well, you actually are. You are pretending to be a legit candidate when you're not. 745. By the way, there was one other allegation against the former president, possible future president, that Chris Christie threw down. And I would say that it was not even close to accurate. We'll play that audio for you and disprove what Chris Christie had to say about Donald Trump. Coming up next, it is 7:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. 746 on Nashville's Morning News. Partly cloudy today, a slight chance of a storm. High of 93 on Saturday, thunderstorms, a high of 87 on Sunday, sunny, and a high of 92. Right now, 79 degrees. At Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Here's more from Chris Christie as he continues his role as not a serious presidential contender, but the attack dog against Donald Trump.
He didn't build the wall in Mexico. He built 47 miles of wall. And guess what? We paid for every nickel of it. We got the first peso from Mexico.
So that is Chris Christie. And I mean, listen, there are all kinds of debates going on out there as to how much wall was actually built. But as you can imagine, Donald Trump had something to say about this, firing back on Truth Social with this quote. He calls him sloppy Chris Christie. Sloppy Chris Christie, who is polling at 1% and left his state, New Jersey, with an approval rating of 9%, the worst number in state history, was interviewed on Fox News, of course, and stated that I only built 47 miles of border wall, knowing that the actual number is 463 miles, as reported by the Department of Homeland Security. Trump firing back on Truth Social. This does not include many miles that we fixed or renovated or areas that I got Mexico to secure. Best border ever. Now, I will say this. is that with Chris Christie, if you're going to go after Donald Trump on the border, I think that is a fail. You know, he was talking about fail earlier with the whole long tie thing, which I didn't know. But don't go after Donald Trump on the border. I think for Trump, not only was that one of his big policy successes, you know, the Remain in Mexico policy and so forth, but that was actually proven beyond a shadow of a doubt when Joe Biden came in and executive ordered us into border oblivion. And so when you have Joe Biden, he takes over and he takes away all of the things that Donald Trump did regarding the border, you know, not to mention, you know, defanging ICE and, you know, you've got the Border Patrol and the accusations that Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas and all these people did against the Border Patrol. And so ultimately what they did is they tried to delegitimize the Border Patrol. And they encouraged all of that illegal immigration. So everything that Donald Trump did was literally punctuated by Joe Biden. And so if this is what Chris Christie has, remember earlier, Christie said that if Donald Trump was criticizing his weight, and if that's all he's got, then Trump has lost his fastball. I would say to Chris Christie, you've lost your fastball, if you ever had one. Because going after Trump for his border and his border policies, I think is just not very smart. It is 7:49 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Hunter Biden, I don't know if you saw this, did also mention this earlier in the 5 o'clock hour. Hunter Biden is going after Donald Trump, and he's, of course, as you can imagine, Hunter Biden has lawyered up, and he's probably had lawyers forever because of all of the sketch stuff that he's involved in. But Hunter Biden's lawyer has now sent a cease and desist letter to Donald Trump over the former president's social media posts. That's right. What exactly is it that Hunter Biden's lawyers are threatening? I'll tell you about that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. Right before the news, it is 7:50. By the way, the super text line is open. Very active today. Thank you very much. 615-737-9986. When I tell you about my friends at the Glock store, friends, I got to tell you that these folks changed my life literally. Because, you know, I wasn't a gun owner until I walked into the Glock store. And yes, I bought my first Glock at the Glock store. Now, it is one of my favorite places to go and train. I do it every single week in their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. Oh, and by the way, I will also say that at the Glock store, I've had a lot of modifications made to my Glock as well at the Glock store. Again, this is one of my favorite places to go. Now, what I'd like you to do is check out their Shoot 270 indoor ranges at their website. It is shoot270.com. You can see all the videos and the pictures of these ranges. These are massive rooms where you can learn to shoot, and you can learn to shoot well. You can up your game like I am. It is fun, and yes, it could save your life at some point. So you can book a session at shoot270.com. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-682-6565. 615-682-6565. The Glock store, 1930 Air Lane Drive. Just minutes from the airport and worth a drive from anywhere. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. Another great opportunity for you to live by the lake with Tennessee National. Now, they're releasing never before limited number of lake lots to the public, one day only, Saturday, July 29th. This is a huge opportunity for you to get an amazing property by the lake. You can experience lake living at a fraction of the cost. Now, Tennessee National has wooded estate lots beginning at just $64,900. Amazing sunset waterfront lots, $20,000 off, and lake villa packages from $349,900. The amenities at Tennessee National, incredible, with a brand new 26,000 square foot clubhouse, 10 miles of walking trails, and yes, they do indeed have pickleball courts and so much more. Tennessee National is some 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, and financing is indeed available. You've got to call these folks right now and get your private appointment, your private tour, July 29th on Saturday. Find them online at lakelivingtn.com. That's lakelivingtn.com. You can also call them. Tell them again, I told you to reach out at 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992.
Rape caught on camera. Racist flyers arrests. Actor strike. Hollywood shut down. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:55, Nashville's Morning News. So the attorneys for Hunter Biden sent a cease and desist letter to Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, yesterday. And what they're saying is that Trump's rhetoric on social media regarding Hunter Biden could injure Hunter Biden or his family. Now, here's the thing, is that Hunter has been, because Trump and others posting about Hunter's many proclivities. I mean, listen, you got your crack cocaine. Hey, Johnny, is crack and crack cocaine the same thing? Anyway, you've got it is the same thing? Yes. Okay. You've got crack cocaine, you've got hookers, you've got, alcohol. Nothing wrong with alcohol, except you drink it in excess. That's going to be an issue with clearly Hunter does. But there's a lot of things that Hunter proudly documented on his laptop computer. So as his attorneys are sitting there trying to, go after Donald Trump, saying that his words could somehow harm Hunter Biden or his family. I think Hunter's done a pretty good job of harming himself already. But we also know that Hunter has been able to get his family millions of dollars, including, of course, as you all know, 10% for the big guy. So we'll keep you updated on that story and a whole lot more. I do believe, and I'm Hunter Biden. I think we have all seen way too much of Hunter Biden, although, of course, those investigations do continue. We keep you updated daily here on WTN. 7:57 on Nashville's Morning News. Coming up, Pamela Furr, Phil Valentine is headed to the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame. How you can take part is coming up next.
8 o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Headed into a weekend that's going to be hot and humid. Part of it might be stormy. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. With a second major strike shutting down Hollywood overnight, actors expected to join the writers for the first time since 1960, demanding a fair contract from the studios they claim are taking advantage of them. Here's Andrew Dembert with more.
At midnight, the actors union SAG-AFTRA going on strike, unable to reach a deal with major studios. Fran Drescher, best known for her role as the nanny, and now the president of SAG-AFTRA, took aim at the major studios.
They plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right when giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs.
Earlier in the day, Bob Iger, the CEO of ABC's parent company Disney, called the union's demands unrealistic.
Right now in Middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro police are trying to identify victims in a rape case involving unconscious women in videos and images on a cell phone. Police spokesman Larry Flowers says 3 women have come forward and describes what one of the victims claims happened.
Webb appeared to have left. They heard the door close. They thought he was gone. And then the friend that did not know Webb wakes up with him standing over her, sexually assaulting her.
That's 38-year-old Emmanuel Webb, already in custody for a previous rape charge from nearly a year ago. He's being held on a $100,000 bond due in court July 31st. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, 2 people have been arrested for allegedly posting racist flyers around Columbia. A 38-year-old man and 17-year-old boy arrested and charged. Investigators now trying to determine if those 2 acted alone or if others were involved. Those flyers asking people to join the KKK. It appears about $39 billion worth of student loan relief is coming with or without the U.S. Supreme Court. Here's Andy Field.
The U.S. Education Department is now letting 800,000 Americans know the government is forgiving their student debt. The reason? The government forgot to give it to them through a program that had pledged to erase those debts of lower-income people if they paid for 20 to 25 years. Government saying they made a counting error and are now notifying the people who should have qualified that they will get the debt forgiven.
Now, they say once this plan is fully implemented, people will see their monthly bills cut in half and remaining debt canceled after making at least 10 years of payments. And for the first time in our nation's history, a birth control pill called Opal will be available over the counter without any restrictions.
Patients will be able to walk into a grocery store, a drugstore, online, and purchase this like they purchase Advil, Tylenol, or something like that.
That is Dr. Tamika August with MedStar Washington Hospital. The FDA is concerned that younger teenagers might pick this up at stores without actually reading the label and screening themselves for any risks. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, it looks like everything's green on the screen ahead of the opening bell. Dow futures up 186, S&P up 7, NASDAQ up 9. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B. Pamela Furr joins us as well. Good morning, Pamela. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. I'm mourning the loss of watching my shows because that's what women do. They watch their shows, and now that the actors are going on strike, we can't watch them anymore. So I'm just
going to leave that alone. Pamela is referring to an incredibly sexist comment that I made earlier, and she couldn't let it go.
I couldn't. No, in fact, I've been waiting.
Actually, you know what's funny?
Champing at the bit.
You're champing and chomping at the bit. Yeah, I said earlier that with the writers on strike, what are the
women going to do?
I said this. I can't run from it. What are the women going to do without their stories? By the way, on the super text line, I did hear from a bunch of guys who admit that they do watch their stories as well. And Pamela, I fully admitted that I have watched soap operas in the past. In the faraway past. Listen, yeah. Luke and Laura, General Hospital, Robert Scorpio.
Hello. Oh, Robert Scorpio. Yes, indeed.
Now,
I had not thought of that name in 30 years.
Yeah, wow. He still makes the occasion. I'm not going to do this. All right, Pamela. Because you know what?
Dan, we want to hear more.
I bet you Pamela and I could do a really good podcast on General Hospital from the 80s.
From the past.
Mm-hmm. All right. So very quickly, actually, this is a good thing. I mean, clearly it's a good thing, obviously. Our own Phil Valentine is going to be inducted into the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame. The induction ceremony is coming up on Saturday, July 29th at the Mule House in Columbia. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to be there, and Johnny's going to be there.
Yes.
And if folks want to come, they can be there as well. And this is a big deal.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is an organization that highlights the careers of legendary broadcasters in the state of Tennessee. I mean, there are people in there like Ralph Bristol. I'm sorry, Ralph Emery. Ralph Emery is in there.
You know what? Hey, Ralph was awesome. Maybe he'll be in someday.
A legend in his own mind.
Oh,
so, and then you have Jerry House. A lot of people will recall Jerry House. You've got, I can go down the long list. Pat Sajak is in the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame.
Is Pat Sajak in the?
Absolutely, 100%, because he got his start in radio, in Tennessee radio, before he ever became a Channel 4 weatherman.
Yeah.
And then obviously the legendary host of Wheel of Fortune.
And
He's
Wink.
in there.
Wink Martindale.
Wink Martindale is in there. Yeah, there really are some legendary people. Phillips, the guy who played Elvis on the radio for the first time, he's in there. I mean, long list. Tennessee, Ernie Ford is in there. He got his start in Tennessee radio.
And the great thing about the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame and a lot of these names that you're mentioning is they go hand in hand with the rise in popularity of country music.
Oh, let me tell you, this is what I love about being the president of this organization, because I get to tell people that Tennessee radio created industries. Country music was started on played on a little teeny radio station in Bristol, Tennessee. That's where it all started with the Carter family and what have you. So that's where it all started. You would not have country music if you didn't have Tennessee radio. The same goes for rock and roll. You would not have rock and roll music if somebody didn't play Elvis Presley on a Memphis radio station. You wouldn't have R&B. R&B was that phrase, rhythm and blues, was coined by a legendary broadcaster in Nashville, Tennessee on a little, well, it wasn't little, it was a gigantic AM radio station in Nashville, was played for the first time in the 40s and 50s. R&B became an industry because of radio here in Tennessee. So that's what I love. No other state can say that but Tennessee.
Well,
None.
You're right. And Billy Cox, the bassist for Jimi Hendrix, told me that Jimmy and Billy both listened to Hossman Allen.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Off of the other crackling station when it was really hot as an
when
R&B
it was not
station.
crackling. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't crackling. The only thing crackling was the great music they were playing.
Yeah.
But
Well,
just
and
legendary.
Well, in fact, it's funny that we're with Phil Valentine being inducted this year. A guy by the name of E.G. Blackman will be inducted, and he is responsible for Hoss Allen and John R. and those guys. If it weren't for him, the black music that was being played at nightclubs here in Nashville would not have been played on the air. And so that's how Sam Phillips got the idea of recording black music. He just wanted to find that white artist to actually sing black music, but he got all that from being on the radio here in Nashville. Sam Phillips is going in this year also with Phil Valentine. This is going to be a really great
How do you, I've got to ask, and by the way, the super texter is chiming in. 3257 says, Dewey Phillips from WHBQ.
Yes, Dewey Phillips. I couldn't think of the first name. Yes, Dewey Phillips was the guy that played Elvis for the first time.
I've got to ask this question, though. Like, there are so many incredible broadcasters out there that, I mean, how do you decide which ones go in?
So it's hard. It's hard. But the way that this organization has set things up, we nominate from within. And so if you have to be a broadcaster to be a member, and then the broadcasters nominate and they get to vote in the first round, and then it's the board of directors that end up deciding who actually goes in. And it's difficult. Here's a for instance. Phil Valentine had been nominated year after year after year after year. And he wasn't the Susan Lucci of our group. Marty McFly down the hall is actually the Susan Lucci of our group, nominated but never actually inducted. But Phil was really close. They were tied for quite a few years until, of course, his untimely passing. But it's hard because you have so many outstanding broadcasters who have been on the air in Tennessee for 30 years, some for 40 years.
Yeah.
It's hard.
These are people, Pamela, that have the kinds of careers that, some numbskull like me only dreams of.
Correct.
The longevity.
In the same spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same spot, same station, same state.
Exactly.
I love, those kinds of, broadcasters like Phil, who, yes, he went to Philadelphia for a time, but ultimately, he was a Tennessee guy, and yes, he was syndicated as well. But he made his mark in Middle Tennessee.
Yeah.
And he's...
Well, and I would even say for the entire state, because if it weren't for Phil and some other broadcasters, we'd have a state income tax.
You're right.
So others throughout the state recognize that with Phil Valentine.
All right, so coming up, we're going to talk about how folks can go to this event. I'm assuming there's going to be a nice presentation with Phil. All right, coming up, that's Pamela Furr joining us, 8:15 now. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Eight 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News.
You there, buddy? Everything good?
Everything's fine. Everything's good.
It's 82 degrees, the Music City, Dan.
Yes, indeed. Partly cloudy today, slight chance of a storm, high of 93. Saturday, this is why I'll never be in the Hall of Fame. Saturday, thunderstorms, a high of 87. On Sunday, sunny and a high of 92.
Hey, Dan, we'll be in the Hall of Shame when they open that up.
Listen, every day, 9:01, I am in the Hall of Shame as I shame spiral, thinking how I shanked yet another show. By the way, Pamela, I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you've heard, but one of the super texters has now coined a new nickname on me, Shankmeister.
Shankmeister. Hashtag.
That's what I said. That'll be my new Twitter handle.
Absolutely do it.
All right. So, Phil Valentine, how do people go to this event that will be honoring not only Phil Valentine, but also the other broadcasters being inducted?
So the ceremony, the banquet itself is sold out, but we are opening up the balcony area of the Mule House. I don't know if you've ever been to this building, but it is outstandingly gorgeous, and it's downtown Columbia. It is an old converted church. It's fantastic. So we're opening up the balcony area for those who just want to see the ceremony itself and get to celebrate these amazing broadcasters. But I know a lot of fans of friends of Phil actually said they'd like to attend and support the family. Look, Phil's family will be there.
Fans and friends.
Yeah, fans and friends. And of course, a bunch of us from WTN will be there, along with other broadcasters. So if you want to go, I have posted a link on WTN social media, Twitter and Facebook. You can also find it on mine. You just click on the link and you can buy a ticket. It's $35. There will be a cash bar upstairs in the balcony as well.
All right.
Y'all can get drunk and do the wave for Uncle Phil.
Oh, yeah, man. Balcony's more fun.
It can be.
Oh, yeah.
So I encourage you to go. It's a great presentation. We do video, kind of like This Is Your Life video presentations of each of the broadcasters.
Yep.
There are 7 others that are going in, and again, names that you may or may not have heard of, but some here from Middle Tennessee, some from Memphis, Knoxville, Chattanooga. I mean, we cover the entire state, and I think it's a lot of fun. I put a ton of work into this, and some other board members as well, into the ceremony.
So if somebody is a big-time WTM fan,
yeah,
and they buy their $35, can they meet WTN personnel? Can they meet Johnny B? Because Johnny's going.
Yep, they can after the ceremony, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we'll have silent auction items there, too, that you can bid on if you want. I think I've got a signed guitar, from Brad Paisley.
Wow.
That's kind of a big deal. Anyway, it's a lot of, and it's raising money for our organization. We are a charity organization, and our goal is to preserve the rich history of Tennessee broadcasting here in the state of Tennessee. And again, we can brag about things that no other state can brag about. And one of the real reasons why Phil Valentine is in the hall is for what he did for the citizens of Tennessee and helping, stave off that state income tax.
Amen.
That is a very, very big deal.
That is a legacy that very few people can brag about.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Well, the reason you have people moving here, a lot of the big reason is that.
So we can blame Phil for Tennessee being the it state.
Yes.
Pamela, very, very quickly. So all that is posted onto our social media sites.
Yes.
Now, very quickly, you've got a new gig, and this is going to be a very long business card for you. You are now the ground.
Nope.
I messed it up on the first.
You sure
Shank.
did.
Shankmeister.
By the way,
strikes again.
I love this. Hey, Mandis, 5581. If there was a Hall of Flame, you would be a shoo-in.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Tough crowd.
What is you're working for Americans for Prosperity?
Yes, Americans for Prosperity. I am grassroots engagement director for Middle Tennessee. And if you don't know about Americans for Prosperity, we are basically right now working on reigniting the American dream.
It is a great organization.
Yeah, we believe in freedom, opportunity. Those are the keys to unleashing prosperity for everybody. That's what we believe in. And so here's for instance, come August, for 3 months, you will not have to pay taxes on your groceries. That is an Americans for Prosperity Tennessee policy that we helped get passed.
Really?
So I think
Americans
that's awesome.
for Prosperity helped you guys
absolutely
convince the powers that be here?
100%. So I'm a part of this wonderful organization. I'll get to work with these guys, and I'll be working with lawmakers. I may be calling on you guys to volunteer. You just never know how I'm going to pop up. But I haven't. Some people think I've left WTN altogether, but I haven't. I'm going to do what I've been doing for a year and a half.
Yeah,
I'll fill in when needed.
So Pamela's going to be, continuing to work at WTN, and you're going to be making appearances on this show because I have asked you when there are things going on in, city government or state government, whatever, you're going to sort of be a morning show correspondent, if you will, and you and I can go over some of this stuff. And you and I have been on-air partners for years and years and years, and I'm looking forward to actually you having an expanded role on the morning show.
Years and years, yes.
Yes.
No, it'll be fun.
And you know what I'm going to make sure, Johnny? I'm going to make sure that Pamela has the first segment at like 5:05 so that she has to get up really early.
So this is where I resign?
All right. Well, thank you, Pamela. And very much looking forward to the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yeah, go to those social medias for WTN on Twitter, Facebook, or you can find mine, Pamela Furr, and click on the link. $35 for the tickets, and we would love to see you there. And I think it would be very cool for the families of Phil Valentine and the other broadcasters, but the family of Phil Valentine to see that balcony full of friends. Absolutely.
And I think it deserves to be acknowledged, and it should be acknowledged, and I believe it will be acknowledged, Johnny B's contribution to the success of Phil Valentine.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that is also something, and it is my honor and privilege to work with Johnny every single morning. Thank you, Pamela.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, 822. Another great organization, got the Tennessee Radio Hall of Fame. Another great organization is DT McCall's. How's that for a segue? If you need a lawnmower, furniture, appliances, the first stop you need to make is my friends at DT McCall's, either online or in person. Just go to their website at dtmccalls.com. Check out their incredible selection of everything. And by the way, if you buy something like I did, I bought an oven, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff as well. So many reasons why you should shop at DT McCall's. First of all, the price on the tag is the price. They don't try and sneak in additional charges, which is what I like to call Middle Tennessee values. They've been here in the volunteer state for nearly 100 years. There is a reason why they've been around for so long. It's because they do what is best, which is treat people right, offering great products at fair prices. So tell them that Dan Mandis told you to stop by. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, if you're thinking about selling your home, now is the time. But you got to call Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. You can sell your home hassle-free this summer. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to sell as home values in Nashville continue to increase. And the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. And yes, close within days. And as I like to say, this is hassle-free selling. You don't have to worry about restaining your deck or fixing the roof or keeping your house clean for open houses. No. With Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer, again, it is hassle-free selling. They've got nearly 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted real estate team in America. So find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That website is markspain.com and start packing. Thank you very much, Ken. And 8:28 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up during the Gang of Three Amigos, we really don't know because, I don't know. John, you got anything for the Gang of Three Amigos coming up?
Oh, I'm searching, Dan, right now. Got something cool coming up. Sure.
So incredibly convincing for Friday.
It's true, though.
You know what? I'm going to do something incredibly cool this weekend.
What's that?
I don't like to, well, you'll find out at 8:36 on Nashville's Morning News and the Gang of Three Amigos. News with Ken is coming up. Zero Res Now. Got to tell you that so many people like me suffer from allergies. Zero Res can help your allergies by cleaning your carpet and cleaning your carpet really well. You do know, don't you, that your carpet is the #1 air filter inside your house, which is why you need to keep it really clean. Again, as we like to say, Zero Res Clean. They don't use harsh chemicals either, which is a big reason why I like Zero Res. They don't use harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and pets. You don't have any residue either. Zero Res Clean means that your surfaces are going to dry twice as fast and stay clean longer. A great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119, plus you're going to get a free hallway at 20% off of the air duct cleaning as well, if you so choose. Great deals from Zero Res. Again, one more time, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. You also get a free hallway and 20% off of air duct cleaning as well. 615-535-9376 for Zero Res. You can book online. Visit ZeroResNashville.com. 615-535-9376. Zero Res. Spell it backwards or forwards. It really is the right way to clean. Thanks, Ken. 832. So many Americans making the switch to Xfinity Mobile. Now, they have one of the fastest growing mobile services with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots across the country. Look, if you need your mobile plan to keep you connected without draining your bank account, you've got to check out their great new offer going on right now with Xfinity Mobile. $30 a line per month with unlimited data when you get 2 lines. Now, that is huge. A great deal that's going to allow you to save hundreds of dollars every single year. You can also mix shared and unlimited data with all your family all on one plan. Again, one of the great things about Xfinity, sharing unlimited data with your family all on one plan. You want to talk about making your life easier? They do make mine easier. How about you? What can they do for you? They allow you to automatically connect to over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide to save money on data. Xfinity also has mobile plans starting at $15 a month. To get started, call them at 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. Find them online. It's xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Advanced Hair. You've been hearing me rave about Advanced Hair for quite some time now. They're in Nashville. I've got some exciting news for those folks interested in their breakthrough solution to hair loss. For a limited time, Advanced Hair is offering my listeners their best offer ever. It is their summer savings event where you're going to get the most hair for your dollar. I love that. Their quick and simple one-day treatment uses your own natural hair, and the results are second to none. Just look at the before and after photos at advancedhair.com. With Advanced Hair, your new hair begins to regrow the very next day. And it can grow for life, and it is even guaranteed to grow with Advanced Hair. Now, if you have a flexible summer calendar and have been waiting for the best offer of the year, great news, friends, it is here. Schedule your free consultation and get the summer savings event details while still available. Call him, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 629-348-HAIR, 629-348-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Savings details online at advancedhair.com. 8:37, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny, did you feel that?
I did not feel that. What was
you
it?
didn't feel that?
No, I did not. What was happening?
The cool factor in the building just went up like 20 notches because Des Dickerson just walked in.
Oh, well, I should have felt that.
It is like, you know what Des Dickerson is?
He's a modernaire.
He is like an earthquake of coolness.
He really is. He's a guru.
He's a guru of cool.
Yeah, he is.
We should probably stop now.
Probably. It's too much fan.
You know, we're making it weird.
Yeah, we are making it
Amy
weird.
always says that to me. Why do you just make it weird?
Well, because that's what we do. We're weird guys.
Listen, as an awkward individual, generally speaking, I make things weird.
Well, that's okay, Dan. That's what we love about you.
It's the one good thing I do. The one thing I'm good at is making things weird and awkward. Speaking of which, I all my awkwardity will be on full force this weekend. You know what I'm doing, Johnny?
What are you doing, Dan?
Now, we all know that I am socially awkward, and I don't like to, do things like what I'm doing. I'm going to the Tennessee Republicans Statesman's Dinner.
Son of a gun.
So
look at you go.
I never go to Republican things. I think a lot of Republicans hate me.
See, I've never been invited.
Well, I'm kind of...
all these years.
I don't want to say too much, but I might be crashing the party.
Oh, well, that's even better. Come on.
So Ron DeSantis is going to be the keynote speaker. Now, I've been in Tennessee for 9.5 years. I've never gone to this. I've been invited before. I've been invited to other Republican things. I never go. So this is kind of exciting, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Funny story, though. So DeSantis is going to be there, and I'm such a curmudgeon. I've got to just stop being a curmudgeon. I said to Amy, my wife, I said, now listen, if they're going to charge me like $100 or I'm going to have to wait 45 minutes to get my photo taken with Ron DeSantis, I'm sorry, but it's not happening. So she says, well, you can sit your ass down because I'm going to be paying $100 and waiting 45 minutes to get her photo taken with Ron DeSantis.
Well, see there? And you got to let him touch you if he wants to put his arm around you.
Yeah. No. No. Listen, Ron, we'll take a photo, but you've got to maintain a 5-foot personal bubble.
Or Dan's going to look like this in the photo for those at Super Talk TV.
Kind of like me. There's so many photos of me out there, just so totally awkward photos. I'm just like hunched in and crowded and like, don't touch me.
You can tell Dan does not like to be touched.
Listen, anybody wants to come up and hug me? Don't. Anyway.
But we still do, Ken and I.
Yeah, I know. People do. You know what? I think it's actually become sport now for people that I know.
Oh, yeah, it's my wife.
To come up and just hug. Yes, Glenna.
My wife is a great example of that. She goes out of her way, and she'll hug you long time.
She hugged me long time.
Yes, she did.
That's, yeah, all right. Anyway, so I'm actually looking forward to it, and apparently the food's pretty good as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, that'll be fun.
I really can't wait.
We were talking about the Tennessee Radio Broadcasters Hall of Fame, and one guy we failed to mention.
Yeah.
That was a broadcaster that ended up being a country star, John Conley. Did you know that John Conley was a radio guy at one time?
I'm going to fess up, Johnny.
Don't you know who John
Connolly is?
Oh, man, he had big hits.
Did he?
Had Backside of 30, Rose-Colored Glasses. These rose-colored glasses. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a broadcaster as well. I wonder if he's in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know, but I'm looking, another chance to meet listeners. I'm looking forward to that on for the event.
July 29th.
Thank you.
Very good.
Johnny. I don't have it in front of me anymore.
What was it? Mule House in Columbia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Details on our socials.
Yeah.
Because it is another opportunity for us to meet folks. And so you're going to be there. I'm going to be there. You know what I should have asked Pamela? Pamela, if you're listening, what other WTNers are going to be there? Like, is it going to be, is Murphy Show going to be there?
Should. Even though he didn't really get to, he only met Phil one time, I think.
Yeah, but still.
But yeah, still.
I think if Murphy wants to go, that'd be fun. But anyway, you and me and Pamela will have to perhaps be enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've got I've got some audio I want to play, Johnny.
You got it. It's already up.
So we all know the younger generation has a problem with being on time.
Yeah.
Aaron sent this to me. It is It is priceless. Young girl, 18, 19 years old, maybe 20 years old.
Yeah.
And she absolutely hates the fact that the older generation has this issue with people being late. Listen to this. Now, my question is to the super texters, do you think this is real? Because I listened to it, and I said to Aaron, my friend, there's no way this is real. You tell me, Johnny, and you folks, you super texters, is this real?
And then they're like, your stupid generation wants to destroy the workplace. And yeah, I think that a culture where workers are just cut off because they struggle with being on time, when there's other solutions that we can look to, I think that just anybody who thinks it's okay to just treat people like that, yeah, that culture needs to be dismantled. And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system? And then to think I'm entitled. No, if people think it's okay to treat others like this, that's entitlement. So I just got yelled at for asking a very reasonable question. So I'm applying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time,
Time blindness. I saw this, and I thought, time blindness? Have you ever heard of time blindness?
I've never heard of that.
Okay, well, there's a little bit more here.
Okay.
And then the person I was with interrupted and acted like I was asking something else. And then when we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist. And if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job. Provided you're trying your absolute best to be there.
I don't know. You think that's real? Because
sounds real to me.
Really?
Yes.
You have truly lost faith in a certain portion of humanity, haven't you, Johnny?
Well, I've seen too many young people treat their jobs this way, that they come in late and they don't really think about it, and the excuses.
Are you talking about anybody in particular here?
No,
at WTN?
no. Well, we've had a few here at WTN. Well, he had some problems at first.
We love Mac. We're just kidding. Mac may actually be the same age as this TikToker.
Well, maybe. But I've noticed and it's not just here. Young people, I don't know what's going on, but the reasons they have, it usually involves the pet.
The pet?
Yeah, like.
Oh,
I'm really sorry I was late. But my dog needed to be walked before I left, and that's the excuse I usually have heard.
Sean says, unfortunately, that is real. I see it every day where I work.
See, a lot of people do. And I don't know why this is happening other than...
If somebody can't make it to work on time, their ass needs to be fired.
Well, exactly.
It's not that hard.
No.
This is why oh, God.
Well, it's like...
Get off my lawn. But it's why the younger generation can't keep a job and is still living at home.
Well, exactly. And the thing is, leave early. If you notice that traffic is horrible, or if you've got something to do, get it done early. And take off in enough time that you're going to make it to the job on time.
So time blindness, they say it's actually a thing. Time blindness. I just Googled it, so it must be true. Time blindness refers to the inability to recognize when time has passed or estimate how long something will take. Johnny, this is why I can't take my breaks on time.
You have time blindness.
I've got time blindness. That's what it is.
A lot of talk show hosts do.
So this particular doctor, moving on from there, says time blindness isn't a diagnosis or a specific symptom. It's more just a general way of talking about the phenomenon of losing track of time. So they've now made, so the younger generation, apparently it would seem, has made time blindness into something that they need to, they can use this as an excuse not to be on time for work.
Exactly.
There's this great thing called a watch. And you know what? Every phone has the time on it.
Yes.
You can even make the fonts bigger, I believe. So, yeah, this is why people don't like hiring, no offense, but this is why people don't like hiring the younger generation. And by the way, we're not talking about all young people.
No, we've had some young people come through here that are go-getters. I
mean,
absolutely.
We got one now, Mason.
Yes.
I love Mason.
I do too. Mason is a great worker.
Always on time, does his job well, and most importantly, always on time.
Well, look at Chris Hand. He's a young guy. He's always on time.
Yeah.
He's a go-getter.
He better be because he's following me.
He better be.
Chris, there'll be no accommodations made for time blindness.
No. time blindness does not exist here.
By the way, people are asking, when does Chris start? He does start on Monday.
That's right.
Here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The super texters, by the way, are chiming in on time blindness.
Oh, I want to hear that.
9898. By the way, the haters are out today. 9898 says we have people just pop in 4 or 5 hours late. Well, that's it. Can I just say that is actually that's a boss problem.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I mean, if you can't hold people accountable for, being on time and your company doesn't back you up, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, what are you going to do? If that's the way the company is going to behave, then fine.
4 or 5 hours late.
Let's see. Scott says, Johnny B., thank you for your contributions to Phil's success.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
And let's see. This may be one of the busiest days that we've had on the super text line. Oh, people were coming after me. You can't win for losing on WTN.
That's true.
Because you're either too much of a Trump supporter or not enough of a Trump supporter. This is a phenomenon that myself, Matt Murphy, I don't know if Brian has had this, but you talk about either one of these guys in either good or bad terms, and we get yelled at.
Oh yeah, and that we'll never listen again
by the super texters. And I find it very funny. You know what? By the way. Did Des talk about Jill Scott? Do you know?
I don't know.
I talked about Jill Scott a few days ago, and a super texter says, 8099 says, hey, Dan, you did a great job with the Jill Scott, her version of the national anthem, which was a complete flippin' train wreck.
Oh, man.
And so this listener wants to know if Des, who is, as I said, the cool factor in the building has just gone up, will Des talk about Jill Scott? He may have already. I don't know. But I'll ask him. Now, very quickly. Johnny, what are you doing this weekend? Anything fun?
This weekend, not really anything fun, to be honest. Lots of family members, so we'll be...
you got family coming in?
We'll be remembering her, so...
Oh, one of your family members died.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, look who's here. Mason. And he's on time.
See there? That's what we love about Mason.
That's
it, man.
Because Mason knows that my ass is going to be out the door at 9:01.
He knows punctuality.
That's exactly right. All right, very good. It's 8:50. As I said, I'm doing the whole...
have fun at that, by the way.
What kind of awkward thing do you think I'm going to talk myself into? Because we all...
Well, we want to hear about it Monday.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Remember my great career move when I was talking to the syndicator guy about the greatness of local programming, thereby rest assuring I would never be syndicated. Of course, we all know there was no chance in heck anyway. It is 8:51 now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny, I'm sorry, I've mixed up. Am I doing Mark Spain here?
You're Mark Spain.
Mark Spain Real Estate. Friends, if you're thinking about selling your home, now is the time with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can sell your home hassle-free this summer. Dan Mandis here, and it is a great time to sell as home values in Nashville and Middle Tennessee continue to increase. And with their guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry and close within days. It is, as we like to say, hassle-free selling, and you're going to get the best deal with the least amount of hassle. They've got nearly 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted real estate team in America. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It's markspain.com and start packing.
A Roth IRA versus a traditional IRA. Which one should we do? A lot of people struggle over this particular decision. And I'll just give you a couple tools to figure out what might be better for you. Think about it this way. Let's say if I had $1,000 that I was thinking about investing, that was income, $1,000 of income. With an IRA, let's say that you're in a 30% tax bracket. Let's say there is such a thing. And you want to put this money in an IRA. You're going to save $300 in taxes. Now, if you go post-tax with like a Roth IRA, this is how much goes into the Roth IRA. Now,
Is it
let's
possible
say
to
that
keep your
later
small
on
business
down the
safe?
road,
It is
we
with
have this money
Comcast
and it
Business
didn't
Security
grow
Edge.
at
It
all,
helps
just
keep your
to keep the
connected
math
devices
really
protected.
simple.
And you can
let's say
monitor
that
threat
at
activity
some
in
point in the
real time.
future, you're in
So
a lower
this
tax bracket, because the way our tax system works
last thing
is that your first income
Comcast
is taxed
Business,
at a really
advanced
low rate,
security isn't
and
just
then you get up
possible,
into higher
it's
rates,
happening.
10%, 12%,
Get started with
22%,
fast
and so on and
speeds and
so forth.
advanced
It
security
gets
for
higher.
$39 a
If
month
you're
for
earning
12
income
months
and you're
with no
at
annual
that particular
contract.
tax rate
Plus,
up
ask
there,
how to get up to a
you might want to
$500 prepaid
avoid
card
that
with
tax rate
qualifying
right
gig
now
bundle.
and
Call or
take
go
the
online
income
today
at
to
a
learn
later
more.
point in
Offer
time
ends
when you're in a
7/23,
lower
2023.
average
Restrictions apply.
tax
Requires
rate.
paperless billing
Now
and
let's say
automatic
that you're in a
payments. New 100
10%
megabits per
bracket
second
down
internet,
here when you
Security
pull
Edge
the money.
customers only.
How much you
Equipment
get to pay in
installation, taxes,
taxes?
and other fees extra and
10%
subject
of
to change.
$1,000
After
is
12 months,
$100.
regular rates apply.
How much do you get to spend? $900. Well, even though I didn't have growth, I had growth because of the difference between my tax rate here and here. And that's the idea. That's one of the things that we look at. We look at Social Security taxation, income taxation, and a lot of factors that might drive you in a higher or lower brackets in the future. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwithler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call or call 615-851-1950.
$8:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Thank you for listening. And Des Dickerson is coming up next. And I was talking about all of the lovely messages we're getting at the Super Text line. This is 8689. I can't believe you're defending Chris Christie. You being short and bald, you have no control over that. Chris Christie does have control over his weight. He could definitely do something about it. We were talking about Chris Christie and Donald Trump and, Trump making fun of Christie's weight. I mean, if you missed it, go watch the video on YouTube or Facebook. And 1077, Johnny is becoming one of my favorite super texters.
Oh, yeah? Why was that?
Because he's just such an ass. He says, funny as heck to hear you defend your Lord and Savior, the Orange Sphincter.
Wow.
That's what he calls. I mean, listen, I would say that gets an A in creativity, right? The Orange Sphincter. That gets an A in creativity, but you also get an A for being an ass. There you go. Hey, join me, Matt, Brian Wilson, Pamela Furr, Chris Hand for an evening with WTN on July 26th at J Street Korean Grill and Bar in Hendersonville. Whole thing starts at 6, and if you want to find more information, you can buy tickets and, again, more intel at 997WTN.com. Looking forward to seeing you on Monday. Have a great weekend on WTN.